Yes, Ms. Orr.
Commissioner, the next case study involves TAL and the witness will be Ms. Loraine van Eeden. Before Ms. van Eeden is called, could I tender a final witness statement from TAL? A number are already in evidence other than Ms. van Eden's statements. Could I tender the statement of Sally Phillips, the General Manager of Health Services for the TAL Group, dated the 6th of September 2018?
That statement will be Exhibit 6.177.
And the next witness, Commissioner, as I indicated, is Ms. Loraine van Eeden.
Is Ms. van Eeden in the room? Perhaps if you'd be good enough, Ms. van Eeden, to come into the witness box, and if you wouldn't mind remaining standing a moment, can I ask you whether you'd prefer to make an oath or take an affirmation?
Take an oath.
Swear the witness, please.
I swear by Almighty God
I swear by Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
will be the truth,
will be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Do sit down. Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner. Your full name is Loraine Karen van Eeden, is that correct?
That's correct.
Your business address is 363 George Street, Sydney. That's
Yes,
right.
That's right.
And you are the General Manager of Claims for the TAL Group. That's right, isn't it?
That's right, yes.
You're attending here today pursuant to a summons addressed to you by the Commission, correct?
That's correct.
Do you have the original of that summons in the pile of material there?
Yes, I do.
Commissioner, I
Thank you.
tender that summons.
Exhibit 6.178, the summons to Ms. van Eeden.
Thank you. Next, do you have before you your original statement made under rubric 6-45,
Yes, I do.
dated 31 August and signed by you, Ms. van Eeden?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And you have one correction, is that right, to that statement?
That's right, yes.
And that's in paragraph 74, about 5 lines down. The word current should read recurrent, is that correct?
That's right, yes.
Would you kindly make that change and initial it in the margin? Just handwrite it, please, and initial it in the margin. Thank you. Subject to that change, Ms. van Eeden, are the contents of that statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, they are.
Commissioner, I tender that statement and the exhibit.
The statement in relation to rubric 6-45 of 31 August 18 is Exhibit 6.179.
Thank you, Commissioner. Ms. van Eeden, do you now have before you your original statement made under rubric 6-77 of 34 pages and dated 5 September 2018, as signed by you?
Yes, I
You do? And you have corrections to just 2 paragraphs of that. That's right, isn't it? First, in paragraph 58, if you could please turn that up. The date in line 1 should be 17 July 2017, correct?
That's right, yes.
Would you kindly handwrite that change and initial it in the margin? And secondly and lastly, in paragraph 61 of the same statement, the year in both lines 1 and 3 of that paragraph should be 2017, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Would you kindly handwrite and initial those changes in the margin? Thank you. Now, subject to those changes are the contents of that statement otherwise true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, they are.
Commissioner, I tender that statement also.
Exhibit 6.180 is the statement of Ms. van Eeden in relation to rubric 6-77 of 5 September 18.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Orr.
Ms. van Eeden, we've just heard that you're the General Manager of Claims for the TAL Group.
That's correct.
And the TAL Group is TAL Life Limited and its associated entities.
Yes.
And you were appointed to that role quite recently, in January of this year.
That's correct, yes.
And what are your primary responsibilities in that role?
I'm responsible for the claims area, all divisions of the claims teams.
And prior to that role, you were the General Manager of International Life Solutions, which is a subsidiary of the TAL Group.
That's correct, yes.
And how long were you in that role?
Since October 2016.
And prior to working for TAL, you were the global head of claims at Swiss Re.
That's correct, yes.
So you've worked in the insurance industry for close to 20 years.
Yes, I've been in insurance longer than that, but in claims since in 20 years.
And how long have you been in the insurance industry, Ms Van Eeden?
Close to 40 years.
Close to
40 years.
And in claims, how long did you say?
Since 2001.
Now, you've made 3 statements which deal with the experiences of 3 different people who made claims on TAL income protection policies. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
And 2 of those 3 statements have been tendered, one in response to rubric 645 and one in response to rubric 677.
That's correct, yes.
But the 3rd statement will not be tendered because the person to whom that statement relates did not wish to have their story examined by the Royal Commission. Are you aware of that?
I am, yes.
But TAL has made some admissions in respect of deficiencies with its handling of that person's claim, and I want to ask you some limited questions about those admissions later. Now, before I turn to the other individual cases, I want to ask you some questions about the life insurance policies that are offered by TAL.
Yes.
Firstly, what is TAL's share of the life insurance market? Do you know?
I don't know.
Publicly available material suggests that it's about 18%. Does that sound about right to you?
It sounds about right.
And the life insurance policies that are issued by TAL are sold through 3 different channels. To superannuation fund trustees and employers as part of a group life insurance arrangement, is that right?
That's right, yes.
And through financial advisors and directly through comparator websites,
That's correct,
which
yes.
is called the retail channel, and directly to consumers through an associated entity of TAL, and that's the direct channel.
That's correct, yes.
And which channels are income protection policies sold through?
Through all 3 channels.
Income protection cover is a significant part of TAL's business.
Yes, it is.
We see from the statement of Mr Thorne, the Chief Distribution Officer for the TAL Group, which is Exhibit 6.7, that in each of the last 5 years, close to half of the life insurance policies sold by TAL have included income protection cover. Are you aware of that?
I've not seen Mr Thorne's statement.
I see. Well, that statement is in evidence and indicates that it was 44.7% of policies in 2013, 42.5% in 2014, 48.27% in 2015, 48.1% in 2016, and 49.4% in 2017. But I think you accepted my earlier proposition, even without those figures, that income protection cover is a significant part of your business.
Yes, it is.
And Mr Thorne's statement tells us that TAL has received premiums of between 1.6 billion and 2.5 billion in respect of income protection policies in each of the last 5 years. Are you aware of that?
Once again, I've not seen his statement.
All right. Can I move to asking you some questions, Ms Van Eeden, about the current processes for applying for a TAL insurance policy? And these are explained in a fair bit of detail in one of the other TAL statements that's been tendered, a statement of Sally Phillips, the General Manager of Health Services for the TAL Group. For the last 5 years at least, TAL has used what it refers to as an underwriting rules engine to assess online or telephone applications for underwritten policies.
I'm not from the underwriting area, and I've also not seen Sally Phillips' statement, but as far as I know, yes, that's what they do use.
And do you know that the underwriting rules engine is a software system that receives and analyses information that's provided by a person who applies for a policy?
Yes.
And it applies an algorithm to determine how to deal with the application. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
And the algorithm is derived both from underwriting guidelines provided by the reinsurer and from TAL's own underwriting guidelines.
I think that is correct.
And are you aware that by using that underwriting rules engine, TAL determines whether to accept an application for a policy, to accept it subject to an exclusion, to accept it with a loading, or to decline the application?
As far as I'm aware, the rules engine wouldn't make those decisions. If anything was not standard, it would go through to an underwriter, and the underwriter would be involved in the process.
Are you aware that the underwriting rules engine operates slightly differently across the different channels?
No, I'm not.
Okay. And in some circumstances, I think you would know this, that the underwriting rules engine refers the determination of an application to a human. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
And do you know much about when that happens?
Not a lot of detail, but it would normally be a standard policy would go through, non-standard would go to an underwriter.
A standard policy goes through the software system for a decision, and a non-standard is referred to a person to assess. Is that right?
As far as I know, yes.
Now, in the 3 individual cases that your statements deal with, the insurance policies were sold through the retail channel, is that right?
That's right, yes.
And they were sold in 2009, 2013 and 2014.
That's correct, yes.
And were TAL's application processes, to your knowledge, at those times broadly similar to the process today?
As far as I know, yes.
Now, can I move to the claims handling process? And again, there is another TAL statement that provides some further detail about that. That's the statement of Justin Delaney, the Chief Operating Officer of the TAL Group, which is Exhibit 6.123. After a person indicates that they want to make a claim on a life insurance policy, TAL does an initial eligibility check, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And is that a relatively cursory check of a number of matters, including whether the person has a policy with TAL, whether there are relevant exclusion clauses, and whether there are any waiting periods?
It's very basic in the beginning, just to make sure that the person is covered, that there is coverage.
And if the person decides they want to make a claim, they're sent an initial claims pack, or they're asked to participate in a teleclaim interview. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
And after the claims pack is returned to TAL or the interview is completed, the claim's then assigned to a claims manager.
That's correct, yes.
And at that point, the claims assessment process commences.
That's correct, yes.
And for straightforward claims, no further information is required to determine the claim.
For straightforward, yes.
But for more complex claims, the approach is tailored to the particular needs of that claim. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
And much of the decision making about the process to be adopted and the information that will be sought is at the discretion of the relevant case manager. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
And that's been the situation at TAL for a significant period of time.
That's correct, yes.
And if the case manager considers it necessary or desirable, different types of information gathering and investigative actions can be taken.
Yes, but we do have standard guidelines dictating certain processes as well.
Standard guidelines, I'm sorry.
Dictating our processes.
All right. I want to come back to talk to you about the guidelines that you have as we move through this. But do you agree for now that the types of information gathering and investigative activities that the case manager can undertake include getting an independent medical examination?
Yes.
And getting a further underwriting opinion?
Yes.
Undertaking surveillance of the claimant?
If it needed, yes.
Obtaining information from treating health professionals?
Yes.
Obtaining information from government departments like the Tax Office and the Department of Human Services?
Yes.
And getting information from the person's employer?
Yes, on employer-based.
I'm sorry?
When it's employer-based, yes.
And getting information from credit reference agencies?
I'm not too sure about the credit reference agencies, but I would think if we need it from the financials, yes.
I'm sorry, you're going to have to keep your voice up a bit.
Okay.
Both I and the transcriber are having difficulties. I can blame the transcriber, but not justifiably.
Now, Mr Delaney tells us in his statement that many of those information gathering or investigative steps will only be taken when TAL has obtained assigned authority from the customer. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
So in which circumstances is assigned authority from the customer necessary?
That normally comes attached with the claim pack. So when the initial claims pack comes in, the authority comes in as well.
I see. So the customer is asked to sign an authority for these sorts of steps to occur at the same time that they complete their claims form.
That's right, yes.
And does that include all the types of steps that I've articulated to you? Would they all be covered by that signed authority?
Yes, that would be.
I see. And then Mr Delaney also says in his statement that those steps or some of those steps are only taken when TAL considers them necessary to assess the claim.
Absolutely, yes.
And how is that judged, Ms Van Eeden?
It depends on the type of claim that's coming in. It depends on the medical condition. It depends on the age of the claimant and on the occupation of the claimant. So there's a lot of individual information that goes into that assessment.
I think you said the type of claim, the medical condition,
Yes.
the age and the
Occupation.
occupation.
Yes.
They're the factors that determine what sort of information gathering and investigative steps are appropriate.
That's right, yes.
But the decision is made by the case manager as to which of those steps should be taken for a particular claim.
Yes.
And what oversight does TAL have of those decisions made by individual case managers on whether and when to take those steps?
So the case managers, I can't talk to earlier processes as I was not around, but at the moment we have roundtable conversations and we have discussions in terms of what is needed as part of our investigations.
I just want to make sure, Ms Van Eeden, that you're going to be able to answer the questions I have for you, because you just indicated some difficulty because you weren't around at an earlier point in time. You do appreciate, don't you, that the events that your witness statements cover all predate your time in this position, but I understand that you are going to be able to answer questions about those three individuals and the way their claims were handled. Is that right?
Yes, I will be able to answer
All
that.
right. Now, Mr Delaney also says in his witness statement that any information is sought as soon as possible, and that TAL seeks to avoid multiple requests for information where possible. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I do.
Now, in the three individual cases that I'm going to ask you questions about, the claims were made in 2010, 2014 and 2015. Now, have TAL's claims handling processes remained broadly consistent over that period, starting with the claim in 2010?
Some of them.
What are the key changes that have been made over that period, Ms Van Eeden?
So there's been a lot of changes made in terms of what institutes surveillance. We're not allowed to call for information in terms of surveillance. The kind of medical information that is requested, specifically if we are going out for IMEs, and also trying to be a lot more articulate in the information that you do require, and not just going out for general information, as could have happened in the past.
Did you say more articulate in the information that you are going after? Is that what you said?
That we are requesting, yes.
What do you mean by that, being more articulate in the information requests?
So we are going back to my earlier comment around depending on the claimant, depending on the condition, depending on the age, and depending on the medical condition, trying to be a lot more limited to that condition in terms of the information that we require.
So do you mean the information that's requested is more confined now than it used to be?
Definitely, yes.
And I think you mentioned in that answer as well changes to the kind of medical opinion. Did I hear correctly?
Yes.
What did you mean by that?
So trying to be making sure that we get specialist reports and really limited in the amount of specialists that we would go out to.
I'm sorry, I just missed the last part of that.
Okay.
Specialists that...
Very limited in the number of specialists that
in the
we
number.
would request, yeah, the information from now.
So is the change that you are seeking information firstly from specialists and from less specialists per claim? Do I understand that correctly?
Yes. So what in the past, what they would do was generally just go out and call for every kind of report that they could see that the person had seen. And now we're trying to be a lot more specific and looking at the medical condition, looking at the treating doctors, and really going out in terms of only investigating the areas that we need to investigate in.
Why was it the situation that in the past there was a call for every kind of report?
That was the basic process throughout the industry in terms of that. So if a claim is very early, or it's very early in terms of the policy duration period, you would go out and get the Medicare records, and then you would investigate based on the Medicare records that you've received.
And you would call for every kind of medical report in respect of the claim?
In 2010, yes, that's what they did.
Why?
To explore all avenues of investigation.
What avenues of investigation are you exploring by calling for every kind of medical report?
Well, if the information is not being provided in the underwriting stage, it's to try to see is there anything that's important that has not been provided, and would it impact on the future of the claim?
So you're looking to find a non-disclosure by the claimant?
Well, you're looking to see if there is one, not necessarily just looking to find one.
But that's the purpose of that activity, to call for every kind of medical report so that you can go back and assess whether the claimant has told you about every conceivable type of medical condition. Is that right?
Well, relevant medical condition, yes.
What does relevant mean in that setting?
Relevant in terms of the claim, in terms of the functionality around the claim.
What medical... I just want to make sure I understand that, because on the one hand you're saying that you would call for every kind of report. Are you saying that the kinds of reports that would have been called for back at that time were restricted to reports that were relevant to the condition that was the subject of the claim?
Not back at that time.
They weren't, were they, Ms.
No,
Van
they were
Eeden?
not back at that time.
So they extended well beyond anything relevant to the claimed condition to all sorts of irrelevant medical information.
Back at that time, yes.
For the purpose of seeing whether or not the policy could be avoided on the basis of a non-disclosure.
Yes.
How long did that practice continue, Ms. Van Eeden?
From what I can see, working through these cases, probably about 2 years, and then the practices started to change.
When do you say that was the practice?
So probably until about 2012, 2013, if I look at the cases.
Until about 2012 or 2013?
Yeah.
And you're not able to say when that practice started?
No.
But it was certainly occurring in 2012 and 2013.
Well, I've seen it through the investigation of these cases.
Yes.
That's the only time that I've seen it.
I see. And what are your views about that practice, Ms. Van Eeden?
It's not acceptable, and that's why we have changed our processes.
I want to ask you some questions about the current process that leads to a claim being denied. It's the case manager who has the discretion to recommend that a claim be denied. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
And if the case manager recommends that a claim be denied, they prepare a submission that goes to a team leader or a senior case manager. Is
That's
that
right,
correct?
yes.
And if the senior case manager or team leader supports that recommendation, then it goes to the claims decision committee. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
And they consider whether the claim should be declined.
That's correct, yes.
And it's now the case that any decision to decline a claim has to be approved by TAL's senior management. Is that the case?
That's the case, yes.
And when was that requirement introduced?
2016.
And when was the requirement introduced to refer it to the Claims Decision Committee?
At around the same time. Well, this Claims Decision Committee has been around for a long time, but the senior was introduced.
In
after-
2016.
Yeah.
And why was that layer introduced in 2016, Ms Van Eeden?
Because as TAL, we wanted to make sure that we had a better oversight of our claims when they were being denied.
And if TAL's considering avoiding a contract of insurance because of non-disclosure on the part of the claimant, we know from Mr Delaney's statement that TAL sometimes seeks internal legal advice about that before it goes to the Claims Decision Committee. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
All right. Now, to see what that process looks like in the income protection setting, can I ask you to look at TAL 500071001?
Would I have it in the file? or
No,
is
you
it-
want,
Oh,
I don't
shit.
know, Ms Van Eeden. I'm not sure what materials you
I
have
have
there.
the two claim files.
It's not a document that's annexed to your statement, if that
Oh,
assists.
no, then I would not, then I
Then
would need
we'll
to
wait
see
for it to come up on the screen. It's a document that I understand will have been drawn to your attention before today. There we have it. So this is a document, I assume you've seen this document, Ms Van Eeden. It's a document from the 7th of December last year, and it contains the payment criteria for income protection claims. Have you seen this document?
Yes, I have.
Now, is this document still in use?
Yes, it is.
And if we turn to 0005 within the document, we see the heading Key Initial Payment Criteria. And in the first column, we see the heading Establish Evidence. These are the minimum mandatory criteria required for a claim payment. You need to establish evidence. The second column, an initial assessment. And in the third column, we see a box saying withhold payment due to fraud or non-disclosure. Why does that potential part of the process have its own box?
It's just that if there's any fraud, or especially fraud, payment is withheld until the final investigations are done before we start payment.
Is this a stage that's considered to be as significant as establishing the evidence and the initial assessment?
No, the other two are the most important first. And if anything comes to light within those two processes, then it would go into the next phase.
So your case managers are always on the lookout for any fraud or non-disclosure on the part of the claimant, is that right?
It is part of the process, yes.
And in a number of your policy documents, TAL describes the non-disclosure or a misrepresentation by a claimant as providing an opportunity to apply a remedy under Section 29 of the Insurance Contracts Act. Have you seen that sort of language, Ms Van Eeden?
I've not seen it specifically.
All right. Well, I'll tender this document and then show you another.
Okay.
TAL retail claims, IP claims, payment criteria, 7 December 17, TAL 500 0071 0001, Exhibit 6.181.
Could we bring up TAL 500 009 0209? Are you familiar with this document, Ms Van Eeden?
Yes,
Life Insurance Code of Practice Claims Assessment Guide, also a recent document dated the 22nd of December last year.
Yes, I am.
Is this document still in use?
Yes, it is.
And if we turn to 0255, do you see under the heading Overview, underneath 5.20AB, the paragraph, when non-disclosure or misrepresentation is identified at application for insurance, including increases in cover that occurs through an application, there is an opportunity to apply a remedy under Section 29 of the Insurance Contracts Act. That's the sort of language that I was referring to, Ms Van Eeden.
Yes.
What is meant by this language of an opportunity to apply a remedy under Section 29 of the Insurance Contracts Act?
So there's various remedies because you could have an innocent misrepresentation and then there would be a different remedy for innocent or whether it's negligent misrepresentation as well.
What's the
or
remedy
fraudulent.
for an innocent misrepresentation, Ms Van Eeden?
I need to go back to get all the specifics, but innocent is could, depending on the type of misrep, actually end up being avoided policy, but it could also be altered terms, where we could alter terms on a policy.
And in what circumstances does an innocent misrepresentation lead to the policy being avoided?
If it's a significant misrepresentation of information, and that very, very, very seldom occurs.
What's an example of an innocent, significant misrepresentation?
I don't actually have one at the moment.
And what are the circumstances in which an innocent misrepresentation leads to the other remedy you identified, which I think was different terms for the policy?
So if there is a misrepresentation of an illness that could be directed to the claim, then there could be altered policy conditions or changes to the policy.
So in those circumstances, the policy would not be avoided?
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily?
No, well, it would not be avoided.
It would
Sorry,
not be avoided. But instead, the terms of the policy, the terms that the policy was offered on would change.
May
Is that
change,
right?
may change.
May change, may not change.
Yeah, so they may end up placing an exclusion or changing the policy, depending on the type of condition.
Section 29 of the Insurance Contracts Act is about avoiding insurance contracts, isn't it?
Could you please just bring it up for me again?
We haven't had Section 29 on the screen before, Ms Van Eeden. I think we probably are able to bring it up for you, though. I'm sorry, I don't think we do have that on the system at the moment. I'll arrange for that to be made available for you. I assume that's a provision that you, in your role, are fairly familiar with, though.
I am, but at the moment, just sitting, I've just got a little bit, sorry, it's a lot of information.
What do you understand, without the benefit of seeing the provision in front of you, what do you understand Section 29 of the Insurance Contracts Act to be directed to?
So that's really if we want to change the terms of the policy.
Not about whether you want to avoid the policy?
Not necessarily just avoiding the policy.
You think
If I
Section
remember.
29 is about changing the terms?
Yeah.
Well, let's give you an opportunity to have a look at Section 29. I'll arrange for that to happen. But in the meantime, could I tender this document, Commissioner?
Life Insurance Code of Practice Claims Assessment Guide, 22 December 17, TAL 500 009 0209, Exhibit 6.182.
Now, over the past 5 years, you tell us in one of your statements that there have been a number of claims in which TAL has avoided the contract of insurance or refused to pay out under the contract because of a non-disclosure by the claimant. Is that right?
That's right.
And
yes.
you give us some statistics in one of your statements. You tell us that over the 5 years from the 1st of July 2013, TAL received 72,351 claims in respect of physical conditions, and that you avoided or refused to pay out under 494 of those on the basis of non-disclosure. That's in paragraph 11A and B of your statement in response to rubric 645.
Okay, I've got the numbers.
You see that?
Yes, I do.
And you also tell us in that paragraph that over that 5-year period, TAL received 8,783 claims in respect of mental health conditions, and it avoided or refused to pay out under 95 of those insurance contracts on the basis of alleged non-disclosure.
That's right, yes.
All right. Now, Ms Van Eeden, with that background, I want to start by asking you some questions about your statement in response to rubric 677.
Okay.
And I'm going to refer to the person who that statement relates to as the insured, because their name is the subject of a non-publication direction. Do you understand which statement I'm directing your attention to? And I'm going to refer to TAL throughout as TAL, even though we see from the documents that it was known as Tower in some of the documents over this period. So we see from the documents that you've given us in your statement that the insured applied for an income protection policy from TAL in February 2009.
That's correct, yes.
And she did that through an insurance consultant from Life Broker Proprietary Limited.
That's right, yes.
And Life Broker is a related body corporate of TAL.
Yes.
Yes. Now, she applied by completing an online application form. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And you've exhibited that online application form to your statement as Exhibit 1, TAL 005 001 0372. And we can see from this document, Ms Van Eeden, that the form of policy that the insured applied for was an accelerated protection policy. That was a form of income protection policy.
That's correct, yes.
And we see from the pages that commence at the following page, 0373, that to complete the online application form, TAL required the insured to provide information about her income, her occupation, and her medical history.
That's correct, yes.
And we see at 0373 that the insured listed her occupation as a registered nurse. You see that towards the top of the page?
Yes, I do.
And if we could have 0374 and 0375 displayed together. We see the risk assessment questions in the application form, and we see that they included as question Q. Do you see question Q on the first page towards the bottom?
Yes, I
Do you
do.
see that, Ms Van Eeden?
Yes, I do.
Do you have or have you ever had, do you see that line about halfway down the page before we get to A through to R? Do you have or have you ever had any of the following medical conditions? And then one of the very long list is Q: depression, anxiety, panic attacks, stress, psychosis, schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, attempted suicide, chronic fatigue, postnatal depression, or any other mental or nervous disorder.
Yes, I see that.
That was one of the many questions posed in this application form, and we see that the insured responded no.
That's correct, yes.
And we see also over the page on the right-hand side that the insured was also asked as one of those questions, do you have or have you ever had any of the following medical conditions if we're still on 0375, have you in the last 5 years been absent from work or your usual duties for a period of more than 5 days through any illness or injury not previously disclosed in this application? And the insured again answered no.
That's correct, yes.
And also on that page, do you have or have you ever had any of the following medical conditions W in the last, do you have any symptoms of illness, any physical defect or any condition for which you seek medical advice or treatment not already disclosed? And the insured answered no.
That's correct.
Now, the insured disclosed a number of matters in this online application, including that she'd had a knee reconstruction. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
And this online application went through the underwriting rules engine that I asked you about before?
That's correct, yes.
And the underwriting rules engine referred it to a human, to an underwriter, for a manual assessment.
That's correct, yes.
And in the course of that manual assessment, the underwriter determined that they needed additional information to assess the application, including information about the insured's occupation, her working hours, and the knee reconstruction.
That's correct, yes.
And the insured gave that additional information in a telephone interview with the via her insurance consultant.
That's correct.
And on the 12th of February 2009, the underwriter declined the application because the insured wasn't working enough for insurance, income protection insurance.
That's correct.
And then over the next month or so, TAL and the insured corresponded further about the insured's working arrangements and her medical history.
That's correct.
And on the 12th of March, the underwriter decided to accept the application.
That's correct.
And the decision was made after an internal discussion within TAL about the possibility of exercising some flexibility with respect to the insured's working situation. This was all to do with the number of hours that she was working, wasn't it?
That's correct, yes.
And then if I ask you to look at the third exhibit of your statement, TAL 500 057 0393, and if you turn within that document to 0402, we see an entry in TAL's internal systems from the 5th of March 2009. It's the long paragraph towards the top of the page, and partway through that we see client is a OC class 3, however nurse, stable occupationally, we feel we can probably offer something here. What do you interpret that to mean, Ms Van Eeden?
As I said, I'm not the underwriter, but based on this, they weren't sure of her occupation and the amount of hours that she actually worked with. It was in a full-time employment.
Whether she was working full-time.
That's right, yes.
And if we look further down to the entry underneath, we see that someone has responded, agree, allow cover.
Yes.
I would allow without restrictions in view of borderline hours / professional role.
That's correct, yes.
And there's a mention there of some of the medical information that was discussed with the insured after she put the application in about a wrist problem and an ear problem, both of which had been disclosed.
That's correct, yes.
All right. Now, the policy was offered subject to an exclusion.
That's correct.
And the exclusion related to the left knee, the knee that had been the subject of the knee reconstruction.
That's correct, yes.
And the insured accepted the policy on those terms.
Yes.
And her monthly benefit amount under the policy was $2,750.
That's correct, yes.
And she had a 30-day waiting period.
Yes.
And her premium was a stepped premium, which commenced at $125 a month.
That's correct, yes.
All right. Now, close to a year later, on the 5th of February 2010, the insured's insurance consultant contacted TAL and asked for a claim form for the insured.
That's correct, yes.
And the insured returned the claim form a few months later on the 11th of May 2010 with accompanying documents.
That's correct, yes.
And you've annexed the claim form to your statement as Exhibit 15, TAL 500 052 0936. If we turn to, it's not a very helpful first page, is it? If we turn to 0940, if we could perhaps have 0939 and 0940 on the screen. We'll see shortly that on the right-hand side, we're nearly there, 0940. The insured described her condition that she was claiming for as stress-induced depression and anxiety. You see that?
Yes.
And she told TAL that the symptoms had begun on the 30th of June 2009
That's correct.
and that she'd ceased work on the 1st of January 2010.
That's correct, yes.
And she explained at 0944 that her symptoms had started after a meeting with her nurse unit manager, the NUM. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And that she'd first been unfit to work due to the symptoms on the 1st of November 2009, but she continued to work until she saw her GP in January 2010.
That's correct.
And within this document, the insured also disclosed that she'd made a workers' compensation claim in relation to the same underlying circumstances,
That's correct.
and that that claim had been denied.
That's correct, yes.
And she said that she strongly disagreed with the outcome of that claim and provided some details about her position.
Yes.
Now, at 0947, she attached a medical certificate from her GP, dated the 11th of May 2010,
That's correct.
and she also attached a document at 0952 headed Initial Attending Doctor's Statement, which had been completed by her GP, Dr. Sutherland.
That's correct, yes.
And in that document, 0952, Dr. Sutherland listed the insured's illness as generalised anxiety disorder.
That's correct, yes.
And Dr. Sutherland explained that the insured's symptoms were preventing her from working because she'd experienced a loss of confidence in both nursing management and her own skills in dealing with patients.
That's correct, yes.
And at 0957, the insured also attached to the claim form a supplementary letter from Dr. Sutherland, the GP, that dealt with the refusal of her workers' compensation claim.
Yeah, that's correct.
And in the first paragraph of that letter, we see that Dr. Sutherland said that she thought the insured had a good case for the workers' compensation claim.
Yes,
In the second paragraph, she said that she had known the insured for nearly 5 years and knew her to be an honest and conscientious nurse.
that's correct, yes.
And also in that paragraph, she said that when she had seen the insured in January, she had been extremely and uncharacteristically distressed, and that this was something new for her.
That's correct, yes.
And in that paragraph, that Dr. Sutherland said there was evidence of a definite anxiety disorder with some depressive features.
That's correct, yes.
And in the third paragraph, Dr. Sutherland referred to issues that the insured had previously had at home through caring for her partner who had a mental illness and some short-term legal involvement. She referred to consultations with the insured in that earlier period and emphasised that in none of those consultations was there any reference to anxiety, depression or other mental disability, and the insured was working her normal working hours.
That's correct, yes.
And in the fourth paragraph, Dr. Sutherland referred to an earlier document from the insured which referred to 6 single days when she was not coping with work stresses and home during 2008 and 3 in early 2009. Dr. Sutherland said that she'd discussed that with the insured, who had explained that they were single-day events that were responses to her particular situation and that she was otherwise completely well.
That's correct, yes.
And Dr. Sutherland said finally that although she had initially thought, based on that document provided by the insured, that her current condition was an exacerbation of a previous anxiety state, she had since reviewed her own medical notes of those consultations, which indicated that the current condition was a new onset illness, not an exacerbation of any previous condition.
That's correct, yes.
So this was the information that the insured gave to TAL with her claim,
Yes.
and having received the claim and the supporting material, TAL classified it as a high-risk claim. Do you know what that means, Ms Van Eeden?
I saw that and I don't know what that means.
Okay, you're unable to assist us with why that was done or what significance it had.
I've got no idea.
All right. Do you think it might have been because TAL takes, or at least at that time took, a harsher stance when assessing cases where the stress or depression was related to work stress?
I think it's more the sensitivity when stress is involved, but once again, that's just my opinion on that.
Was it the case that TAL took a harsher stance when assessing cases of stress or depression when they were related to work stress?
No, not at all.
TAL appointed a case manager to manage the claim. Is that right?
Yes.
And the insured gave TAL consent to obtain records about her medical history and about her workers' compensation claim.
That's correct.
That's
yes.
right, the insured provided that consent to get her medical records?
Yes, she did.
That's an appropriate time if that's convenient to you, Commissioner.
Yes, if we come back at 2 o'clock, if you could be good enough to be back in time to begin at 2, and we'll adjourn until that time.
To oversee the claim of the insured person who I've been asking you questions about. You recall that?
Yes, I do.
And I had asked you about the insured person providing consent for TAL to obtain her records about her medical history and about the workers' compensation claim.
That's right, yes.
And over the course of the following months, between May and July of 2010, TAL did seek records about the insured from a number of individuals and organisations.
That's correct, yes.
TAL sought medical records from the GP, Dr. Sutherland,
That's right.
and from the psychiatrist that the insured had commenced seeing.
Yes.
TAL asked Medicare to provide the insured's Medicare history,
That's right, yes.
and TAL sought details of the insured's private health insurance cover and a copy of her claims history.
That's right, yes.
TAL contacted the Employee Assistance Program of the insured's workplace to seek her treatment file,
That's right,
and TAL sought information about the workers' compensation claim.
yes.
And TAL also sought the insured's tax records for the recent financial years.
That's right, yes.
Now, why was all of that information sought by TAL?
They were trying to understand her medical condition and also the financials because of the benefit that was payable.
By at least 2016, so I want to pause and leave the insured's case for a moment and ask you whether by 2016 it was standard practice within TAL to look for red flags within insurance claims.
Yes.
And do you know when that practice started? Has that been the practice for a long time, to look for red flags with insurance claims?
I don't know when the practice started.
Could I ask that you look at TAL 500 013 3180?
Is that in my rubric? Or
No,
you're gonna
it will
bring that
come
up?
up on the screen. We have it now, Ms Van Eeden. It's an underwriting and disclosure review guide for claims dated the 8th of September 2016. And we see that it's entitled version 1.0. Do we take from that that TAL didn't have formal guidelines of this sort until the 8th of September 2016?
That's correct, yes.
And should it have had?
It should have had, yes.
But in 2016, towards the end of 2016, these guidelines were developed. And if we turn to 3189, we see a section entitled Insurance Contracts Act Remedies. At time of claim, the claim information, claim forms, reports, etc., and the application for insurance, including any additional information provided during the underwriting process, should be reviewed to ensure that the customer complied with their duty of disclosure and did not make any misrepresentations. That was the practice well before the date of this document in September 2016, is that right?
That's right, yes.
The information that's provided at claim stage, either in the initial claims proof submitted or within any incoming information received thereafter, may be contrary to and inconsistent with the disclosures that were required to be made on the application. The non-disclosure or misrepresentation may relate to some or all of the following: medical history, occupation and duties, income, hazardous pursuits or pastimes. Where inconsistencies and/or insurance red flags are identified, the case manager must then gather all of the relevant medical, occupational, financial and hazardous pursuit information to ensure a complete history is obtained. Upon receipt of all of the information and where non-disclosure is indicated, the case is referred back to the underwriter, the original underwriter if available, or to the applicable insurer if the policy was not underwritten by TAL, to reassess the application with the benefit of full disclosure. So, did these paragraphs formalise the practice that had been in place prior to this time?
Yes, it did.
Thank you. And we see also on this page, I'm sorry, we'll go to a different page, 3193. Under disclosure assessment at claim and under the heading disclosure matters, second paragraph down, there are two determinants for when extra information may be needed to satisfy that there was no material non-disclosure or misrepresentation: when insurance red flags are identified and when a general disclosure review is needed. Insurance red flags where inconsistencies are identified between underwriting disclosures and claims information, and a general review flag where there are no inconsistencies identified, a general review of disclosures may still be required to ensure there is no adverse non-disclosure. For example, a claim that occurs within close proximity of the risk commencement date may warrant review. Now, we see from these paragraphs, and can I ask you again, do these paragraphs formalise the practice that was in place prior to this document being brought into existence in September 2016?
I was not there before, but I would think yes. It's the standard process, yes.
Yes, it was the practice prior to this document.
Yes.
That there would be these two determinants for when the case manager went off looking for other information. Red flags because of inconsistencies, and when there's no inconsistencies, a general review of disclosures may still be required to ensure there is no adverse non-disclosure. And the example that's given of when that should occur is a claim that occurs within close proximity of the risk commencement date. Now, did TAL have any guidelines about what constituted a claim that was within close proximity of the commencement date?
There's a guideline that states within 12 months.
12 months. So if a claim was made within 12 months, the case manager was, irrespective of any red flags, to conduct a general review to see whether or not there was adverse non-disclosure.
Yes.
Adverse to the insured.
Adverse non-disclosure.
Adverse to the insured, because it would provide a basis for TAL to avoid the policy.
Yes.
Yes. I tender this document, Commissioner.
Underwriting and Disclosures Review Guide for Claims, version 1, 8 September 16, TAL 500 013 3180, Exhibit 6.183.
Before we leave that document, Ms Van Eeden, there are a number of points in this document from September 2016 where the author of the document says that case managers should not go fishing for information. But the general review flag that we see on this page was essentially a fishing expedition, wasn't it?
The general review flag is generally related to the claim cause. It's not necessarily
Related to the claim
cause, the cause of claim, and it's
What-
not generally a huge fishing. It's not a fishing expedition.
Where do we see that in the general review flag on this page, that it's related to the claim cause?
That's not stated in here. You're right.
And what do you mean by that when you say that it was related to the claim cause?
So when we investigate a claim now, we make sure we look to see if there's. So, for example, if it's an illness, we would look to see how long the person has been suffering from that illness. So it wouldn't just be a general sending out for all kinds of information. But once again, I can't say what happened early in 2016, before 2016, other than what I can see coming from the files.
Well, I would like you to answer my question about whether you accept that the general review flag was a fishing expedition that TAL's practices, and from this point its policies, required case managers to undertake.
I'll say yes.
It's correct, isn't it,
Yes.
Ms Van Eeden?
Yes.
Despite references in this document to not going fishing.
Yes.
Now, although the insured's claim we know significantly predates this document, her review was what we see called a general review from this document. Is that right?
That's right.
There
yes.
were no insurance red flags for the insured.
No.
So the case manager brought in that information as part of a general review to assess whether there was adverse non-disclosure on the part of the insured.
Yes.
Now, before we leave this document, could I ask you to go back to 3193 in the document? The guide says on this page, underneath the general review flag point in the next paragraph, that TAL employees should ensure that the scale of the potential collective claim costs against the cost and time of reviewing disclosures is treated with a rational approach. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And in cases where the claim amount is large and or for a lengthy duration, TAL should ensure a thorough review is undertaken as part of the ongoing assessment or before admitting the claim if applicable.
Yes.
So a guiding principle in determining the extent of the investigations to be undertaken was TAL's bottom line.
In relation to this, yes.
In relation to when case managers should embark on a general review to see if they could find an adverse non-disclosure.
Yes.
All right. Now, Ms Van Eeden, returning to the case of the insured person, by the end of June 2010, TAL had brought in a substantial amount of information from its investigations. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I do.
And the case manager who at that time was handling the insured's claim was Ms Holborn.
That's right, yes.
And from the information brought in, Ms Holborn formed the view that the insured may have failed to disclose relevant information when applying for the policy.
That's right, yes.
All right. Could I ask that you look at TAL 004 001 0415? Now, this is a file synopsis prepared by Ms Holborn. It might assist if I show you the last page at the same time, 0417, where we see the signature of Ms Holborn at the bottom of the page. Do you see that, Ms Van Eeden?
Yes, I do.
And if we stay at that last page, 0417, we see that Ms Holborn expressed the view about halfway down the page, there is a concern that there may be medical non-disclosure, but no certainty. The only reports to date indicate possibly 3 consults in 2007 for issues with coping, await Medicare history and clinical notes of Dr Sutherland. Also await file from Workers' Comp. Are aware she consulted a psych IME. Treatment appears minimal, seen psychiatrist twice, not initially taking any meds, homeopathic only, but in clinical notes of psychiatrist dated 3 June 2010 mentions Seroquel, an antipsychotic. May be that involvement of Workers' Comp has delayed the process, as suggested in letter to psych by GP. And the action items in this document from Ms Holborn were 1, request completion of a new claim form, so have current information recondition, request financials to confirm can justify level of benefit applied for, even though agreed value, and 3, request private health cover claims history. So why did TAL want to confirm that the level of benefit applied for could be justified in circumstances where the value was agreed?
Because of the questions around the employment initially, I think they were just validating the value on that.
But those questions had been resolved by the decision to offer the policy, hadn't they?
I agree.
They had?
Yes.
And the policy had been offered on an agreed value basis?
Yes.
Should there have been any investigation of whether the insured can justify the level of benefit applied for?
No.
Now, I'll tender that document, Commissioner.
File synopsis concerning insured TAL 004 001 0415, Exhibit 6.184.
So we see from that document that at this point, Ms Holborn has a concern that there might be medical non-disclosure. Can I ask that you look now at TAL 004-001-0221? And these are file notes prepared by Ms Holborn on the 26th of June 2010. Do you see the date on the left-hand side there?
Yes, I do.
And if we turn to 0227 and bring up that page and 0228, we see Ms Holborn's assessment at this date. Based on financials can justify level of benefit, there is an issue of non-disclosure. Timeline has been prepared for referral to underwriting and for use by claims to follow events. Appears application was borderline standard to begin with. What does borderline standard mean there, Ms Van Eeden?
Borderline standard means that based on the information that they now have, they expect there may be some loading.
Based on the information they now have,
Well, they may, sorry, can I just reread that
yes.
section? Yeah, it means that borderline standard means that it's just very close to a standard rate.
Very close to,
A standard rate.
what does that mean, Ms
So
Van Eeden?
when you say borderline standard, it just means that it's just very close to being standard. If there's more information or any other information that had been provided at underwriting stage, they may have provided a loading or an exclusion or something like that.
So do I interpret that correctly to mean that at the time she put the application in, it was viewed as a standard application, but it was on the verge of being viewed as a non-standard application that might have attracted a premium loading?
That's what that refers to.
Yes, I see. And is that a factor that TAL takes into account in assessing claims?
No, it should have nothing to do with claims.
I see. But here, was Ms Holborn indicating that the claim should be treated with a greater level of scrutiny because TAL had taken that view at the time of the application that this was an application that was close to receiving a premium loading?
I cannot comment on that, but it should not have been taken into account.
All right, thank you. I'll tender that document, Commissioner.
File notes of 26 June 2010 concerning insured TAL 004 001 0221 Exhibit 6.185.
And a couple of days after this file note, on the 28th of June, TAL first told the insured's insurance consultant about its concerns that the insured had failed to disclose relevant information when applying for the policy.
That's correct, yes.
And Ms Holborn said to the insurance consultant in an email, which is exhibited to your statement as Exhibit 30, from the information received, it appears the insured may have had consultations in relation to a psychological condition prior to the policy start date of the 18th of March 2009. I'm in the process of placing all the documentation received in a timeline to try and get a sense of what happened when. Once I have done that, I will discuss the insured's claim with my manager. So that was the communication to the insured's insurance consultant at that time.
That's correct, yes.
And then a week or so later, on the 12th of July, the case manager sent the insured a letter directly advising her that there were concerns about what she'd disclosed.
That's correct.
And the case manager also said that she'd requested further materials. She told the insured she'd requested further materials from other people, including Dr. Sutherland and the Employee Assistance Program at her work.
That's correct, yes.
And in the following day, there were phone messages and emails between the case manager and the insured. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And the insured emailed the case manager a document in which she answered questions that had been put to her by the case manager, and she explained that she had disclosed all her medical conditions and she reiterated that she'd given TAL permission to get all of her medical records when she applied for the policy.
Do you have reference to that email?
Yes, that's Exhibit 32 to your statement, TAL 004 001 0198.
Yes.
You recall
Yes, yes, I do.
that? So that was the insured's position. She said, I disclosed everything, and on top of that, I gave you permission to get all of my medical records when I made the application.
That's correct.
But Ms Holborn decided to refer the matter for a retrospective underwriting opinion.
Yes, that's
And
correct.
Was that standard practice within TAL?
At that stage, yes.
Okay. And after she referred the matter for a further underwriting opinion, she and the insured continued to exchange correspondence in which the insured continued to attempt to explain that she had disclosed everything and that she'd given authority for her medical records to be obtained.
That's correct, yes.
And then on the 21st of July, the TAL underwriter completed the retrospective underwriting opinion,
That's right, yes.
and the underwriter decided that the information that TAL had received, if it had been known at the time of the application, her application would have been declined due to work-related stress.
That's correct.
And the underwriter's opinion referred to the report from Dr. Sutherland that the insured had provided with her claim.
I would assume so.
It was the report that I took you to earlier in which Dr. Sutherland referred to the document that she'd been given by the insured, which referred to those 6 single days when she was not coping with work and home stresses during 2008 and 3 other days in 2009. Do you recall that?
Yes, I recall that document.
And it was a report in which Dr. Sutherland emphasised that those single day incidents were unrelated to the evidence of an anxiety condition that she had now diagnosed.
That's correct, yes.
And after receiving that retrospective underwriting opinion that relied on those matters, it relied on those 6 days in 2008 and the 3 days in 2009, TAL brought in 2 more reports from psychologists who were associated with the Employee Assistance Program at the insured's workplace.
That's right. So according to the underwriting referral, there's a whole list of documentation that was provided.
Yes.
Yes,
The documentation that we've been discussing.
that's right.
Yes. But the focus in the underwriting opinion was, as I've just suggested to you, do you accept that?
I accept that.
Yes. And the reports that TAL brought in from the Employee Assistance Program, only one of them related to the period prior to the claim, didn't it?
That's right, yes.
One related to the time after the diagnosis, which was the subject of the claim.
That's right, yes.
And the one that related to the period prior to the claim confirmed that the psychologist within the Employee Assistance Program had seen the insured on 2 occasions in 2007, both specifically focused on information and resources regarding her carer role with her partner. She wasn't there seeking treatment of any sort, was she?
No, no.
She was getting information about her rights at work as a carer for her partner.
That's right, yes.
Now, that couldn't reasonably have been characterised as workplace stress, could it?
No.
Then on the 29th of July 2010, about 2.5 weeks after the case manager had first told the insured of her concerns about non-disclosure, TAL sent an email to the insured telling her that the underwriting opinion was that based on a history of work-related stress, her income protection application would have been declined.
That's correct. Could you also give me reference of that email, please?
That's paragraph 63 of your statement, Ms Van Eeden.
Okay.
Would you like the time to have a look at that?
Yes, please. Exhibit 42.
And
Okay.
I'll take you to the exhibit that you refer to in that paragraph, Exhibit 42, which is TAL 004 001 0151. So this is an email from Wana Obeidi to the insured, dated the 29th of July 2010. And we see there that she explains she's in receipt of the underwriting opinion, and they have confirmed that based on history of work-related stress, income protection application would have been declined. Next step, the matter is now referred to our legal team to advise on our potential remedies. I will be in touch with you mid-next week to advise of the process. How do you think the insured was likely to have interpreted the statement that the matter is now referred to our legal team to advise on our potential remedies?
I'm not very happy.
I don't think the insured would have been very happy either. Do you agree, Ms Van Eeden?
I agree.
What was this person attempting to convey to the insured by telling her that the matter was being referred to the legal team to advise on potential remedies?
I've got no idea.
It was likely to cause the insured considerable distress, wasn't it?
Yes, I agree.
The clear inference was that TAL was considering pursuing some legal remedy against her.
I agree.
The insured responded by asking what TAL meant when it referred to a history of work-related stress, didn't she?
Yes, she did.
That was news to her.
It was news to her.
She seemed confused about why TAL had the impression that she had a history of work-related stress
Yes,
and what that meant in the context of her disclosure obligations.
yes,
And she pointed out that she'd initially been told that her claim would be processed within 5 working days, and that after a number of months of dealing with TAL about the claim, the delay was now exacerbating her condition.
that's right, yes.
Then on the 18th of August 2010, a couple of weeks after this, TAL decided to avoid the insured's policy on the basis that it wouldn't have provided the policy had it known about this history of work-related stress. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
And if we could look at that letter, Exhibit 49 to your statement, TAL 004 001 0079. Now, the letter was annexed to this email at TAL 004 001 0080. So we see on the first page there that the letter directed to the insured recited the question that she had been asked in the online application form about depression, anxiety, panic attacks, stress, psychosis, etc. And then the letter noted that TAL had received a medical report from Dr. Sutherland, a copy of the clinical notes from Dr. Sutherland, and a statement the insured had given in connection with the work cover claim. That was the one that referred to the 6 days and the 3 days. And from a review of those documents, it has come to our attention that your response to the question above was not accurate.
Correct.
You smile, Ms Van Eeden. What do you think of that?
That's it. I don't agree with that.
Okay. Then reference is made, if we go over to 0082, perhaps if we could bring up 0081 and 0082 so that you can see the remainder of the letter, because 0081 was setting out bits and pieces from Dr. Sutherland's report and notes. And then under the heading Duty of Disclosure at the top of the right-hand page, there was reference to the insured's duty to disclose to us every matter that you knew or could reasonably be expected to know was relevant to our decision as to whether to accept your application, and if so, on what terms. And we see under the heading Non-Disclosure Misrepresentation, in failing to fully outline your medical history in your application, you misrepresented and failed to disclose your medical history, breaching your duty of disclosure. Those matters not disclosed or misrepresented were material to TAL's assessment of the risk. And then further down, under the policies, had the non-disclosure and misrepresentation not occurred, TAL would not have entered into the policies on any terms. TAL hereby avoids both policies from inception pursuant to Section 29(3) of the Insurance Contracts Act. Now, what are your observations about this letter, Ms Van Eeden?
There's a number of areas that, in my opinion, are inappropriate.
Could you explain those?
I think that the claimant was never given an opportunity to provide additional information before a decision was made. I think the fact that a decision was made already just looking at the non-disclosure misrepresentation and accusing her of not providing us all the information is also not appropriate, and cancelling the policy immediately without any additional communication is also not the way that we should be doing business.
Now, the letter refers to Section 29(3) of the Insurance Contracts Act. I can now have that brought up for you if you'd like to have a look at that, Ms Van Eeden. We have it at RCD 0022 0009 0001, and the provision is within 0046 and 0047. Subsection 3 we see on the first page, 0046. If, under the heading insurer may avoid contract, subsection 2 says if the failure, and this is a failure that's referred to above as a failure to comply with the duty of disclosure, if the failure was fraudulent or the misrepresentation was made fraudulently, the insurer may avoid the contract. That's subsection 2. Subsection 3, if the failure was not fraudulent or the misrepresentation was not made fraudulently, the insurer may, within 3 years after the contract was entered into, avoid the contract. So 3 years to avoid the contract for an innocent misrepresentation, but no time limit on avoiding the contract for a fraudulent misrepresentation. Now, it was 29(3) that was invoked here.
Yes.
So it was not suggested that this was a fraudulent misrepresentation,
No,
but nonetheless the provision was relied on to avoid the contract.
that's right, yes.
Thank you. Now, having received this letter in September 2010, the insured made a complaint to TAL. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
She made a complaint about the decision to avoid her policy, and that triggered your internal dispute resolution process.
That's right, yes.
And what's the purpose of an internal dispute resolution process, Ms Van Eeden?
It's an independent review of the claim.
Now, TAL provided a response to the complaint about 6 weeks after it was received in November of 2010. And if we go to Exhibit 92 to your statement, TAL 004 001 0063, we see the response. The response was provided by a person who we see from the second page, 0064, was a complaints resolution manager. You see that?
Yes, I do.
And if we go back to the first page, we see that this was the response to the complaint. The letter from TAL of the 1st of September 2010 fully detailed the reasons as to why your policies were avoided. In reaching this decision, TAL Claims, Legal and Underwriting reviewed the following. Based on the above, our underwriters confirmed that had you disclosed on your application your history of anxiety or stress, your income protection application would have been declined. These issues should have been disclosed by you in response to questions Q, V and W on the application. Our legal department confirmed that under these circumstances, TAL is justified in avoiding the policy under 29(3) of the Insurance Contracts Act. Now, having read that letter, Ms Van Eeden, did the IDR team, the Internal Dispute Resolution team at TAL, seriously engage with the insured's request that it review the decision to avoid her policy?
No.
Did they review the file and form an independent opinion as to the correctness of the decision by the claims team?
They reviewed the file and they based their decision on the information that they had on file.
The letter does no more than repeat and reiterate the decision of the claims team. Do you accept that?
I accept that.
Was there much point to this internal dispute resolution process for the insured, Ms Van Eeden?
No, there was not.
And in your statement, you accept that the file does not reflect the IDR team performing its proper function of conducting a robust analysis and assessment of the claim decision for itself, independent of the claims team. And you accept that that was conduct that fell below community standards and expectations.
Yes, I do.
And having received that response from the Internal Dispute Resolution team, in about February 2011, the insured made a complaint to FOS. You recall that?
Yes.
About the avoidance of her policy. And in early June 2011, TAL filed its first set of submissions in FOS. I'll take you to those. They're Exhibit 95 to your statement. TAL 005 001 0364. And we see, if we go to 0365, in paragraph 1, that under the heading Summary of Position, TAL said that the evidence proved that the insured made misrepresentations in the application with respect to her medical history of seeing doctors in relation to depression, anxiety and/or stress, and breached her duty of disclosure by failing to inform TAL of this history prior to the date her policy was accepted. Now, this was the first time that TAL had framed the issue as one of a failure to disclose a medical history in relation to depression or anxiety, wasn't it?
Yes.
The previous formulation that TAL had used was work-related stress.
That's right, yes.
And when explaining in this document at 0366, the following page, the questions that should have been answered differently in the insured's application, do you see the table in the middle of the page?
Yes, I do.
TAL referred to the 3 questions that I took you to earlier on the application form, question Q, V and W.
That's correct.
And TAL recited at 0367 quite similar medical information to what it had relied on internally to avoid the policy.
That's correct, yes.
And at 0368, TAL said, second paragraph, in TAL's submission, it's clear from the complainant's pre-application medical history that the complainant breached her duty of disclosure by failing to inform TAL that she had suffered stress, symptoms of depression and anxiety for which she had received counselling. The complainant or a reasonable person in the complainant's circumstances would have known that these were matters relevant to TAL's decision, whether to accept the policy and the terms upon which TAL would accept the policy. So where did these references to depression and anxiety come from, Ms Van Eeden?
I've got no idea.
So some months later, in October 2011, the insured's legal representatives provided a bundle of materials to TAL which directly addressed the medical evidence that TAL was relying on in FOS. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And if we go to Exhibit 96 within your statement, yes, 96, TAL 500 057 0236, we see the bundle of medical records that the insured provided in response to TAL's submissions. And the first of those was the letter from the Employee Assistance Program at, 237. That's the one I mentioned to you earlier about seeking advice on her rights as a carer for her partner.
That's right, yes.
And the second was a letter from Dr. Kang, 0238.
That's correct.
He saw the insured on the 12th of the 1st, 2007. She has never been diagnosed as depression or anxiety disorder at that time. She has never been on any antidepressant medications. She was in for gastroenteritis symptoms and not for counselling. She was having a bad day at that time. Further down, she never came back, therefore assumed she recovered. The condition was an isolated incident and therefore not associated with any mental illness. That was Dr. Kang's report.
That's it, correct, yes.
And then at 0239, the third was another letter from Dr. Sutherland, the insured's regular GP.
Yes.
This is to confirm that on the 22nd of November 2007, from my notes, I did not prescribe temazepam or any other medication. At this consultation, she was noted to be distressed due to an upcoming court case. This is very typical of a large number of patients that I see. I felt in the insured's case that this was an isolated event, consistent with the circumstances described and in keeping with my report. I did not consider it constituted a mental condition. And the next document provided at 0240 was a letter from Dr. Cheng, who saw the insured on the 26th of May 2007. He said, "Please do not read between the lines for the medical history recorded and make ill-informed decisions. A little knowledge is a dangerous thing. The information recorded refers to the fact that she was suffering from an acute episode of stomach discomfort and feeling the social aspects of this. There is insufficient information to process an empirical diagnosis of true medical anxiety as per DSM-3 criteria. Her anxiety and stress mentioned relates to normal reactive processes that go on in normal coping mechanisms. There is no correlation to mental illness. Thank you." That was Dr. Cheng's assessment. And you understand that these reports were all obtained by the insured because these were the doctors whose notes had been relied on by TAL in its submissions to FOS.
That's correct, yes.
And the fifth document that the insured provided was from Dr. Dinnan, a psychiatrist who had seen the insured on the 21st of July 2011, well after the claim was made. That's 0241. And the letter is lengthy and dealt with the insured's condition at that time. But if we turn to 0248, we see at the bottom of 0248, in response to the question, recalling that Dr. Dinnan was dealing with her current condition, her post-claim condition, question 11, if it is apparent that a pre-existing condition has been aggravated, please comment on the extent to which the aggravation is continuing and the effect of the aggravation on the patient's ability to work and whether that deterioration may occur in the future. And the answer was, there is no evidence of any pre-existing condition. So these materials were all brought together by the insured and provided by the insured to TAL as part of the FOS process.
That's correct, yes.
And with these reports, the insured provided a number of medical certificates.
Yes.
And this material was a comprehensive response to the allegations being put by TAL against the insured in FOS, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
But what did TAL decide to do, having received this information?
They didn't use it.
They decided to press on with their position and defend the FOS dispute.
That's right, yes.
Why, Ms Van Eeden?
I really do not know.
What observations do you make about that conduct?
As in my statement, it's a conduct that I would not have expected at all from TAL.
You tell us in your statement that TAL and the insured attended a conciliation conference, but that didn't resolve the dispute.
That's right, yes.
And then on the 14th of November 2011, about a month after getting this bundle of material from the insured, TAL told FOS that it had now decided to get some more information from Medicare.
That's correct, yes.
Why did TAL need further information from Medicare?
I really do not understand why.
Was that a delaying tactic, Ms Van Eeden?
It was either delaying or they just wanted more information.
Or what information could they have needed from Medicare?
I've really got no idea.
What information did they get from Medicare?
Nothing new.
Nothing new. Medicare advised that it had no information for much of the period, didn't they? Because the insured hadn't even received Medicare services in that period.
That's correct.
And TAL, having reached that dead end, then decided to ask for further material from the psychiatrist, Dr. Dinnan. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And Dr. Dinnan refused to release that information without a subpoena.
That's correct, yes.
And having not had any luck with that, TAL wrote to FOS and said that its position remained unchanged.
That's correct.
Do you have any observations to make about that, Ms Van Eeden?
Once again, I cannot understand why they did that.
And between May and October 2012, TAL and the insured continued to provide additional information to FOS, including additional submissions. I'm sorry, that should be 2011, I think.
Yeah.
May and October 2011. I apologise for that. No, I'm sorry, it must be that the FOS dispute went on that long.
It went on very long.
May and October 2012.
It took nearly 2 years.
Yes. And on the 4th of July 2012, FOS asked for copies of parts of TAL's underwriting guidelines,
That's correct.
and that created a bit of internal consternation within TAL.
I can't comment to that.
Well, perhaps
maybe
if
on
I
the-
show you TAL 005-001-0256.
Do you know which is that in?
No, it's not in your statement, I'm afraid, Ms Van Eeden. It's a document that I assume has been drawn to your attention. It contains emails between Philip Dobbin and Helen Malloy at TAL on the 9th to 11th of July 2012. And Mr Dobbin was a service manager in complaints resolution, and Helen Malloy was the underwriter who'd given the retrospective underwriting opinion. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
Ms Malloy was in fact TAL's chief underwriter. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
And if we turn to 0257, we see that Mr Dobbin said to Ms Malloy, the chief underwriter, FOS are clearly going to put us to the sword on this. They've sought further submissions from us prior to reaching a decision on the complaint. As you will see, much of it revolves around the underwriting aspect and your statement of 29 June 2012. You see that?
Yes, I do.
And Mr Dobbin asked for Ms Malloy's assistance in responding to FOS.
Yes.
And we see that Ms Malloy responded, "We will not have guidelines for everything that they are asking for. An underwriter is allowed to apply their judgment and their experience in making an assessment to accept, deny or limit a contract of insurance." I'll tender that document, Commissioner.
Internal TAL emails of 10/11 July 2012, TAL 005-001-0256, Exhibit 6.186.
The question I had asked before showing you that document, Ms Van Eeden, was whether or not the request for TAL's underwriting guidelines created some internal consternation at TAL. Do you now accept that proposition?
Yes, I do.
And then some months later, we're now more than 2 years after the insured made her claim to TAL, on the 5th of October 2012, FOS delivered a recommendation.
That's correct.
And if we could go to that document, it's Exhibit 114 to your statement, TAL 005 001 0002. FOS's recommendation was in favour of the insured, wasn't it, Ms Van Eeden?
Yes, it was.
And if we turn to 0005 in the document, we see that at the outset, the recommendation outlined in paragraph 16 that in order for TAL to avoid the policy under section 29(3) of the Act, it must establish that the applicant failed to comply with her duty of disclosure or made misrepresentations to it before the policy was entered into, and that it would not have been prepared to enter into a contract of life insurance on any terms had the duty of disclosure been complied with or had the misrepresentation not been made. The recommendation also set out the medical evidence in some detail. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And if we turn to 0014, we see at paragraph 65 that based on the medical evidence on the file, the case manager was not satisfied that the applicant suffered from the medical conditions of depression, anxiety and/or stress prior to cover commencing under the policy. I'm also not satisfied that the applicant sought treatment or counselling for the medical conditions of depression, anxiety or stress, or for symptoms associated with those conditions. And at paragraph 71 over the page at 0015, the FOS finding was that on the basis of the medical evidence outlined above, I accept that the applicant was not aware that she suffered from depression, anxiety and/or stress or symptoms of those conditions until she was diagnosed with the generalised anxiety disorder by Dr S on the 4th of January 2010. Evidence on the file indicates that she first experienced episodes of panic and depression in approximately mid-2009, at which time her stresses were aggravated and her mental health began to deteriorate. Now, as a result, the case manager found at paragraph 73 on this page that the insured had not breached her duty of disclosure. And the case manager went on to review the evidence relating to the stress that the insured had experienced at work and at home. And if we turn to 0020, the case manager at paragraph 98 was satisfied that the applicant experienced stress at work and at home, and that in 2008 and 9, prior to cover commencing under the policy, she had taken 10 days of leave due to stress at work and at home. However, I'm not satisfied that the applicant reduced her hours to part-time as a result of stress and related conditions. I consider that the applicant reduced her working hours for personal reasons and to enable her to spend more time caring for her partner. The question remaining then is whether the applicant knew, or a reasonable person in the circumstances could be expected to have known, that these matters would be relevant to TAL's decision whether to accept the risk, and if so, on what terms. Based on the evidence on the file, I am not satisfied that the applicant knew that she was required to disclose stress that she had experienced from time to time due to working within a stressful environment and caring for a partner with a mental illness. And 105, I therefore find that the applicant did not breach her duty of disclosure under section 21 of the Act by failing to disclose that she had experienced stress. Now that was the recommendation made by FOS. What was TAL's reaction to that decision?
They did not accept it.
There were a number of internal discussions about whether to accept it, weren't there?
That's right, yes.
And have you seen documents that record that TAL's internal legal counsel pointed out that every facet of TAL's decision had been rejected? Have you seen those references?
Which document are you referring to?
TAL 500 057 0724.
Do you know which?
It will come up on the screen, Ms Van Eeden. It's not annexed to your statement. Now, the email from, excuse me, from the legal counsel appears in the middle of the page on the 23rd of October 2012. She says that she's read through the recommendation and she says, on my reading, it seems that the insured's explanations are accepted without reservation and every facet of TAL's decision is rejected. My view, there is nothing to lose by pressing on, but ultimately it must be a decision for the business. You see that?
Yes, I do.
So that was the view expressed by TAL's legal counsel.
Yes.
And we see further up the page a response to that. I was of the opinion we do not accept and go to determination. That was Megan Garvin just below the part that's expanded at the moment. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And then Mr Dobbin at the top of the page. But I think RS, the legal counsel, is saying we are 100 to 1, which appears close to the mark. It's your call, of course, but we'll have to decide today.
That's right.
And TAL went on, made its decision to reject the recommendation.
That's right.
Do you have any observations about that decision, Ms Van Eeden?
Once again, I think it's inappropriate.
And it was a decision that placed the insured in a position where she had to battle further to try and have some success with the claim that she had made well over 2 years ago by this point.
I agree.
I'll tender that document, Commissioner.
TAL emails of 23 October 2012, TAL 500 057 0724, Exhibit 6.187.
The matter then went to a FOS determination. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
And the FOS determination was also in favour of the insured,
Yes, it was.
for very similar reasons to those contained in the recommendation.
Yes.
The panel found that TAL wasn't entitled to avoid the policy under section 29(3),
Yes.
and they directed TAL to reinstate the policy.
Yes.
And the panel said that if any benefits were payable to the insured as a result of the reinstatement, they were to be paid with interest in the way that it specified, that FOS specified.
That's correct, yes.
And the panel also made clear that if benefits were payable to the insured, TAL was entitled to offset the costs of any premiums that had already been refunded to the insured when TAL voided the policy.
That's right, yes.
TAL was disappointed by this decision as well?
It seems some individuals were, yes.
Yes. The insured accepted the determination, didn't she?
Yes, she did.
And on the 1st of March 2013, FOS notified TAL that as a result of that it was required to reinstate the policy and assess the insured's claim for benefits.
That's correct, yes.
And FOS told TAL that it had to undertake the steps necessary to comply with the determination within 21 days. Have you seen that?
Yes, I did.
And on the 20th of March, just within the 21-day limit, TAL reinstated the policy.
That's correct.
But it took much longer for TAL to assess the insured's claim for benefits, didn't it?
I don't know.
Well, let me take you through the sequence. By this time, there was a new case manager for the claim, is that right?
That's right, yes.
That was someone by the name of Ms. Pratt.
Yes.
And Ms. Pratt told the insured that before her claim for benefits could be assessed, she needed to pay $2,215 in premiums, being the amount of premiums that she'd paid before making the claims, but which TAL had refunded when it avoided the policy.
I've seen that, yes.
So she's finally got to the point where her policy has been reinstated and she's told she has to find $2,215 before TAL will consider her claim. What observations do you have about that, Ms. Van Eeden?
Once again, I think it's a very inappropriate process.
Well, FOS had already told TAL in its determination that it could offset the refunded premiums against the benefits that it paid out. That would have been the appropriate way to handle it, wouldn't it?
Absolutely.
And that was the way FOS had directed TAL to handle it.
Absolutely.
And FOS was very unhappy when they found out that TAL had told the insured that she needed to pay this $2,200 amount before TAL would assess the claim.
I think so. I haven't seen, I don't know if that letter.
Would you like to see the email correspondence?
Yes, please.
TAL 005 001 0073.
Is that one of my tabs?
No, it's not one of your tabs, Ms. Van Eeden. This is an email from Catherine Marchant at FOS. We see that from 0074. Perhaps if we could have 0073 and 0074 on the screen together. Catherine Marchant was the case manager at FOS and she emailed Mr. Dobbin at TAL, and she said, I note from TAL's correspondence that TAL is seeking to pay $2,215 in outstanding premiums.
Just mentioned it. Yes.
I note from TAL's correspondence that TAL is seeking that the insured pay $2,215 in outstanding premiums prior to TAL undertaking its assessment of her claim for benefits. The FOS determination directed TAL to reinstate her policy, assess her claim for benefits and pay interest on any outstanding benefit entitlements as set out in paragraph 22 of the determination. The determination also found that TAL was entitled to offset any premiums refunded against any benefits that are payable. I have confirmed with the Ombudsman that the intent of the determination is that TAL completes its assessment of the insured's entitlement to benefits, following which TAL may then offset any premiums refunded to the insured against any benefits that are payable. FOS is concerned that TAL, in seeking payment of outstanding premiums prior to its assessment of her claim, is failing to comply with FOS's determination. Please advise FOS whether TAL intends to continue seeking payment of outstanding premiums prior to its assessment of the claim.
I acknowledge.
FOS was not happy with
Not
TAL's
at all.
position, was
No,
it?
no.
I tender that communication, Commissioner.
Emails between FOS and TAL 5 and 8 April 13, TAL 005 001 0073, Exhibit 6.188.
Now, as a result of FOS's intervention, TAL decided not to press for payment of that amount before assessing the claim, is that right?
That's right, yes.
And Ms. Pratt told the insured that she would need to provide updated medical information to allow her claim to be assessed.
That's correct, yes.
And she did that. She provided medical certificates confirming that she remained unfit for work.
That's right.
And in May 2013, about 2.5 months after FOS had told TAL that it was required to reinstate the policy and assess the claim within 21 days, the insured raised concerns with TAL about the time it was taking for TAL to make a decision on her claim. Do you recall that? You deal with that in paragraph 81 of your statement.
Yes, okay.
And FOS was concerned about the time it was taking too. You tell us in paragraph 82 that FOS asked TAL to advise as a matter of urgency when it expected to complete its assessment of the insured's claim.
That's right.
And on the 22nd of May 2013, TAL finally told the insured that it had accepted her claim.
That's correct, yes.
That was just over 3 years after the insured had lodged her claim. Do you have any observations to make about that, Ms Van Eeden?
Once again, in my opinion, it's inappropriate. It should never take so long to make a decision.
And even then, the insured's claim was only accepted for the period up until the 10th of July 2012, wasn't it?
Yes,
Ms Pratt told the insured that the total amount she would be paid was $89,000, and that included an amount of interest. Do you recall that?
yes, I do.
And how long after that decision was made to pay that amount was that payment made to the insured?
I don't know. Do you know which tab that
No, we're
information is?
unable to work that out. I wondered if you knew, Ms Van Eeden.
I've got
You
no
can't
idea.
tell when she was paid that amount.
I've got no idea.
Ms Pratt told the insured that TAL required more information to consider the remaining period, the period from the 10th of July 2012 and the 2nd of May 2013. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And FOS remained involved at this point.
Yes,
And FOS asked TAL to confirm exactly what further information it needed so that any further unnecessary delay could be avoided.
that's correct.
And the insured also queried how long the review of her claim for that period was going to take, to which TAL said that it was getting more medical information and that once that information was received, then the regular time frame for the decision was about 5 to 10 working days. Do you
That's-
recall that?
Yes,
And over a month later, on the 5th of July 2013, the claim for the remaining period was accepted.
yes,
And that resulted in a payment of benefits of an additional $35,000.
in back payments, yes.
But that amount didn't include interest, which was required by the FOS determination.
That's correct.
And over the following weeks, there was more dialogue between FOS and TAL about why TAL hadn't paid interest, which the determination had required.
That's right.
TAL then paid interest, but only until February, the month of the FOS determination. Is
That's
that right?
correct. That's right, yes.
And it should have paid interest on the sum up until the date when the insured was paid.
That's right, yes.
So FOS got involved again and told TAL of that.
That's right, yes.
And did TAL ultimately pay the insured interest on the amount for the correct period?
Yes.
Why was it such a battle for the insured to get TAL to act in accordance with the FOS determination?
I've really got no idea.
It should not have been such a battle, should it, Ms Van Eeden?
It should never be such a battle.
What does this say about FOS's views of and respect for the external dispute resolution body?
Yeah.
TAL's, I think you
I'm
said.
sorry, TAL's.
Put the question again.
What does that say about TAL's views and respect for the external dispute resolution body?
We felt that it, especially looking at this case, it did not serve the client. We have also made a lot of changes, not just because of this case, but we have made a lot of changes to our internal dispute review team,
Your internal dispute review
yeah,
team.
the IDR team. So we've made a lot of changes, and they now report into legal, so that we do have legal and the proper oversight.
Do you accept that TAL should have moved quickly to put the insured in the position she would have been in had TAL assessed her claim correctly 3 years earlier?
Yes, absolutely.
But the story doesn't end there, does it, Ms Van Eeden? Because in late April 2013, Ms Pratt decided to conduct a Google search for the insured.
That's correct, yes.
Why did she do that?
Once again, I've got no idea.
And from that Google search, she ascertained that the insured had written a book and that she'd attended some public speaking events that year to promote her book.
That's right, yes.
And at the same time, from a review of her tax returns, Ms Pratt identified that over the last 3 years, her business as an author had lost money and the accumulated losses were just over $29,000.
It's right, yes.
Now, sometime after that, TAL engaged UHG in connection with the insured's claim. What does UHG do?
UHG facilitates the collection of medical information, but also in this period they provided an external review process.
And what did TAL engage UHD to do with the insured's claim?
From what I can see on the file, they've asked him to do an external opinion on the claim.
An external opinion on the claim. Why was that sought?
Once again, I've got no idea.
Should it have been sought?
No, not at all.
And then by late October 2013, the insured's case manager had once again changed.
That's right, yes.
And the name of this case manager is the subject of a non-publication direction. So I'm just going to refer to her as the case manager.
Okay.
On the 28th of October 2013, the case manager instructed a private investigator to undertake an investigation of the insured.
That's right, yes.
Why did she do that?
Once again, I've got no idea other than basically maybe she thought there was something she wanted to find out, but I've got no idea why.
It had taken her 3 years, but the insured had been successful in FOS and was now receiving her benefits. That's right?
That's right, yes.
Why was it necessary to have an external investigator conduct an investigation into her circumstances?
I've got no idea.
Was TAL looking for a reason to stop paying the claim?
It seems like it, yes.
Is there any other inference that we can draw from this conduct, Ms Van Eeden?
No.
What safeguards were in place at that time to ensure that surveillance was only undertaken where necessary?
There wasn't any.
No safeguards.
No. I couldn't find any.
And what approval processes existed within TAL where a case manager decided that it was a good idea to undertake surveillance to approve that decision?
Looking at the claim, I can't find any approval process.
There was no approval process, was there?
No.
The case manager decided to do this and went ahead and did it without any approval process and without any safeguards being in place to assess whether that was an appropriate decision.
Exactly, yes.
Could I take you to Exhibit 68 to your statement, TAL 500 065 0154. Now, this document contains the instructions that were given to the private investigator. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
And these set out detailed background information about the insured. And at the end of the document, at 0165, there was a management plan in the instructions. And the management plan made clear, we'll just need to take that document down, Commissioner.
Yes. Take it down.
You have this document in your
Yes.
witness folder there. I apologise for that, Commissioner. We've worked very hard with TAL to try and ensure that redactions were in place, but
Well,
it
the
appears
primary
that...
responsibility for redactions lies with TAL.
I will...
know that the staff of the Commission have spent days checking it. That's not satisfactory. Go on.
I'll read the portion headed Management Plan, Ms Van Eeden. Review policy for compliance for doctor's recommendation. The life insured states she can't work. However, she is a full-time carer for someone with a mental disorder. Can this be deemed as work? Full backgrounds, surveillance for 3 days. Obtain update on workers' comp. Once all relevant material in, I would like a customer visit. Not a full factual. So those were That's what we see under the heading management plan. We see that the case manager wanted to try and support her theory that the insured's position as a full-time carer for her partner was work, which would disqualify her from continuing to receive payments.
Yes.
And we see underneath management plan, estimated outstanding liability, $792,000. What's that a reference to, Ms Van Eeden?
That would be her benefit.
That's how much TAL would have paid out under this policy if she continued receiving benefits until age 65.
That's correct.
That's
yes.
how much money was at stake for TAL if it could not find a way to stop paying out this claim.
Yes.
Now, if we turn to 0167, we see that this page of the document listed a number of different types of background searches that could be done. I'm sorry, I'll give the full number. It's TAL 500 065 0167. So all sorts of searches were included in the instructions, including a lot of social media searches, government searches, various websites that could be accessed, property searches, company business searches. We see from 0169 that the instruction given was, please complete as many searches as possible. I have enclosed a list of searches. Some are only available if we request from the insured during a factual. Now, that's a word we see a bit, a factual. Ms Van Eeden, can you explain what that is?
I've got no idea what she was referring to. It's
I
not
see.
something I would use.
She then says, please conduct a period of 3 days surveillance. However, before commencing, I would like the searches completed and sent to me, and then I can see if we need to alter our instruction. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And then further down the page, please complete a pretext at the hospital and maybe discuss with the local police about her. There may be some issues there as well. What did it mean to do a pretext at the hospital?
Once again, I've got no idea.
The private investigator was being asked to go to the hospital and, under some pretext, seek information about the insured, wasn't he? Perhaps posing as a family member or a friend.
It's
You
not
don't understand what that means?
No, it's not something I've ever seen.
Would it be appropriate to do that, to instruct that to happen?
No.
What about to instruct the private investigator to go to the local police station and see if they had any information about the insured?
This whole is all inappropriate.
It's all inappropriate, and it was all the result of multiple TAL case managers' decisions. This wasn't one person responsible for all of this, was it, Ms Van Eeden? This was multiple people making multiple, in your words, inappropriate decisions.
That's right, and you're right, yes.
Now, these instructions to the private investigator were sent under cover of an email that is at the front of your exhibit. It's TAL 500 065 0153.
Is that under a tab?
It's under the same tab. It's the first document, if you turn back to the start. We see that the case manager said to the private investigator, "Hi Mark, OMG, here is another one for you. I want results." Do you have any observations about that, Ms Van Eeden?
No, I was shocked when I saw this.
You were shocked when you
Yes.
saw that?
Yes,
It's pretty clear what the case manager meant when she said, "I want results," isn't it?
absolutely.
How do you interpret that?
Once again, I can only say it's not appropriate.
Well, she wanted the investigator to find information that would provide a basis for TAL to cease paying the insured's claim.
Absolutely.
A basis for TAL to avoid paying the $792,000 liability that it would have under this policy.
That's right.
In your statement, you acknowledge that this email was reflective of an inappropriate approach taken
Yes.
by TAL to seek to avoid paying the claim, and you say it is absolutely contrary to the way that a claim should be handled.
Absolutely.
And you acknowledge that the direction given in the email, the tone of the email, and the information provided in the email instructing the private investigator was totally unprofessional.
That's right, yes.
After these instructions were given, a detailed and sustained surveillance campaign commenced, authorised by TAL, didn't it?
That's right, yes.
How long did the surveillance ultimately continue for?
A couple of months.
Well, it was at least 4 months on our calculation, from the 14th of November 2013, when the physical surveillance commenced, to at least the 7th of March 2014. Do you accept that?
I do, yes.
And one aspect of this was detailed desktop surveillance. Can you explain what that is?
Once again, I don't know what it is because it's not something I've done.
Ms Van Eeden, it's somewhat difficult when the person that TAL presents to deal with these case studies is unable to explain so many aspects of them. Can I ask that you look at one of your exhibits, which is TAL 500 052 2148, Exhibit 70. We need to bring it down. There's another breach of the non-publication direction. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to ask you, Ms Van Eeden, to do this without the document on the screen. You have the document before you. It's one of your exhibits, which ought to have been redacted by TAL, but we'll proceed without it on the screen. The document I want to direct you to is entitled Background Investigation Report, dated the 21st of November 2013.
Yes.
And if we turn to the second and third pages of that document, we see a summary of the searches conducted and the findings in relation to the investigations as at this date of the insured.
Yes.
And they include searches for government licences, relevant news text, insurance reference services searches, white pages entries, Google searches, ABN searches, searches of Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, Twitter, Tumblr, LinkedIn and SciTech. Do you see all of that?
Yes, I do.
And is that what we would understand the desktop surveillance to involve, the search of all of those sorts of sites?
Yes, sitting at the desk, it seems appropriate.
And the next 60 pages of the report were made up of printouts and screenshots of the results of those searches?
That's right, yes.
Now, is this what you refer to in your statement as the excessive social media research that was conducted on the insured?
Yes, it is.
And again, you accept that that research was part of a broader inappropriate approach towards the insured, which was that TAL was seeking to avoid paying the claim rather than supporting the insured.
Yes, I do.
Now, the other aspect of TAL's surveillance was physical surveillance of the insured, wasn't it?
That's right, yes.
And that physical surveillance involved an investigator observing the insured on and off for about 4 months at least on our calculation and reporting the results of those observations to TAL.
That's right, yes.
And the investigator provided photographs and videos of the insured to TAL.
Yes.
And the information that the investigator provided to TAL about the insured was very detailed and frequently very personal. Do you agree with that?
I agree with that.
Could I take you to Exhibit 71 to your statement, TAL 500 052 0037. Now, this was the first surveillance report that TAL received, and it was dated the 3rd of December 2013.
That's right, yes.
And we see at this first page that TAL's instructions are listed as to conduct observations on the member while she is travelling the country and to ascertain her current activities and the extent of her alleged psychological condition.
I see that.
It wasn't an alleged psychological condition, was it, Ms Van Eeden?
No, it wasn't.
And we don't see it because it's blanked out, but the front page included a photograph of the insured so that she could be recognised.
That's right, yes.
And over the page at 0038, we see that there was a description of the insured's home and photographs of her home, as well as her mobile telephone number.
That's right, yes.
All of that was provided to the the private investigator. Is that
Yes,
right?
That's right, yes.
And we then see a section headed Surveillance Summary. Pursuant to your instructions, a period of surveillance has been conducted on the claimant in an endeavour to ascertain her present activities and the extent of her alleged psychological condition. The surveillance was conducted over a week in particular parts of Australia. During the surveillance period, the claimant was observed on 3 separate occasions, conducting a presentation and selling her book. The presentations were conducted at the libraries of each country town. She was also observed carrying out her normal day-to-day activities in company with a male person who was in a very close relationship with the claimant, who was observed holding hands, kissing and stroking the body of the male person. The male person and the claimant were also observed bushwalking, swimming, attending the 3 libraries, generally walking about the area and exercising, as well as attending a takeaway food store and staying at 2 hotels and 1 motor inn. And further down we see the claimant displayed a happy, confident and carefree demeanour as she was observed and videoed during the surveillance period, showing no outward signs of her alleged psychological condition. That was the surveillance summary.
That's right, yes.
And from 0040, the investigator goes into the detail of his surveillance.
Yes.
And we see from this that the insured was surveilled for this report for 7 days over a 2.5-week period. And video footage was taken on 4 occasions during the period.
That's right, yes.
And the investigator from 0041 provided detailed notes of what he witnessed on each instance of surveillance.
That's right, yes.
And on a number of occasions, the investigator referred to having conducted a reconnaissance or a foot reconnaissance at the insured's house. Sometimes he was in a static surveillance position.
Yes.
By that language, he's conveying that he went up to the house and inspected what was going on. Is that right?
That's what it implies, yes.
And to take an example of the level of detail that was being conveyed on a daily basis, let's look at the record of the surveillance on Tuesday the 26th of November at 0042 to 0043. Now, I want to summarise what appears on these pages. We see that on this day, or we will when they come up onto the screen, but you have them there, that the insured was subjected to surveillance from 9 o'clock in the morning when she was located having breakfast at a cafe, through to late morning when she gave a presentation about her book at a local library, through to the afternoon when she and her partner had a swim at the local pool, through to her dinner at a local pizza and takeaway place. And we see from 0044 that surveillance was terminated at 6 o'clock that night. Yes?
Yes.
And 3 pages of surveillance notes are made about her activities on that day, including photographs, and covert video was taken of her at the cafe for breakfast, in the library giving her presentation, walking through the streets with her partner, swimming at the pool,
Yeah.
and at the takeaway place.
Yes.
Have you read the notes of this day of surveillance, Ms Van Eeden?
Yes, I have.
Do you agree with me that the content is very personal and highly intrusive?
Absolutely.
there is commentary about matters such as the insured removing her clothing to reveal her swimwear at the pool.
It's terrible.
Do you agree with that?
I agree with.
There's commentary about the displays of affection that she showed her partner.
That's right, yes.
The insured had no idea that a private investigator was following her around town, taking photos and videos of her and recording her every move.
No idea.
The surveillance was, I want to put to you, Ms Van Eeden, deeply inappropriate, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
This is not how an insurance company should treat a person who has qualified for benefits under an income protection policy on the basis of a mental health condition, is it?
It's not how to treat any claimant.
Thank you. No policyholder should ever be subjected to this sort of investigative activity, should they?
No.
How much did TAL pay the private investigator to conduct this surveillance?
In total, about $20,000, I think.
About $20,000.
Yeah.
So the insured had income protection payments of $2,750 a month.
That's right.
That's what she was entitled to under the policy.
That's right.
But TAL elected to pay $20,000 to a private investigator to try and find a way to stop those payments.
That's correct, yes.
Now, on the 3rd of December 2013, the same date as this surveillance report that I've taken you to, TAL sent a letter to the insured, and you haven't annexed that letter to your statement, but we know that it was sent on that day because it's referred to in an email that the insured sent to TAL on the 10th of December 2013, which you have annexed to your statement. That's Exhibit 71A.
Yes.
And from that email, we can see that we can bring that up, TAL 500 052 1041. We can see from this email that by, we'll have to expand it. I'm sorry, we'll expand. Yes, I received your letter after the 3rd of December 2013. Do you see that reference at number 1 there?
Yes, I do.
And we can see from this that TAL had on that date asked the insured to complete a daily activity diary. Do you see the reference to that in point number 2?
Yes, I do.
So TAL asked the insured to complete this daily activity diary from the 4th of November 2013, which was a month before she received the letter, to the 30th of December 2013. Do you see that?
Yes.
And in response, in this email, the insured expressed concerns about being able to remember back to what she'd been doing a month earlier on a daily basis, given that one of her symptoms was short-term memory and forgetfulness.
That's right, yes.
And she also explained that keeping a daily diary would cause her extreme distress and would exacerbate her condition.
Yes.
And in response, the case manager asked the insured to elaborate on how completing the diary would exacerbate her condition. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And she said that she was trying to establish the full extent of the insured's condition and what she was able to do.
Yes, I see that.
And she also told the insured that the majority of TAL claimants had been required to produce a daily diary.
This is not the case.
She said that, didn't she?
She did say that, yes.
And it was not true, was it?
No.
The daily activity diary was an entirely inappropriate requirement to impose on the insured, wasn't it?
For this insured, yes.
The use of the diary was again designed to disprove her entitlement to benefits, wasn't it?
In this claim, yes.
So again, TAL was trying to find a way to cease paying the benefits rather than to support the insured and assist her with her rehabilitation.
That's right, yes.
When is it appropriate to ask a mental health claimant to complete a daily activities diary?
On some claims, because you find claimants with a mental health problem, you can support them through rehabilitation by bringing in some kind of structure. into their day, so it might be applicable to certain claims, but very few that you would use it for.
Very few. What
Yeah.
sort of claims would suggest that the level of structure brought by the exercise of completing a daily diary would be beneficial?
So it's not the completing of the daily diary, it's to help to bring structure into somebody's life because it's part of your rehabilitation.
I see.
Um,
But you accept that this was not
Not
such a situation,
This was not such a situation.
and this was used for an ulterior motive, wasn't it? Was another attempt to disprove her entitlement.
Yes.
Now, by the 6th of December 2013, the case manager had asked Dr. Pham, a psychiatrist with UHG, I mentioned UHG earlier, to provide an opinion on the insured. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
And if we go to TAL 500 065 0141, we see an email chain between the case manager and one of Dr. Pham's colleagues.
Sorry, is this under?
This will come up. This is not in your witness statement, Ms Van Eeden. Thank you. And now if we start at 0142, we see that the case manager told one of Mr Pham's colleagues at the bottom of that page that although it was a big ask, she'd love to close this one down, this one being the insured's file, before Christmas, if it could get pushed through. If not, that's okay too. Now, by that, do you interpret her as meaning that she wanted the insured, she wanted her claim to cease? She wanted the insured to stop receiving benefits from TAL prior to Christmas?
That's what this says.
Yes, so this is the 6th of December and she's corresponding with a colleague, part of the practice of the psychiatrist who's been briefed to give the opinion, and telling him that she wants it closed down, claims ceased before Christmas.
Yes.
Do you have any observations about that, Ms Van Eeden?
Once again, it's totally inappropriate.
And we see that Dr Pham's colleague responded above the page that it would assist Dr Pham to get a copy of the surveillance DVD rather than just the surveillance report.
It's also inappropriate.
Yes.
But I see that, yes.
Why is that inappropriate, Ms Van Eeden?
First of all, she should not be sharing any kind of information. It's privacy. It's breach privacy.
But she did give the surveillance
She did.
DVD and the surveillance report to the psychiatrist, didn't she?
She did, yes.
And,
Yeah, go on.
I'm sorry,
No, go on.
I was going to move on from that email, so I'll tender the email chain.
Email chain between TAL and UHG 61213, TAL 500 065 0141, Exhibit 6.189.
So that communication was in December 2013, and also in December 2013, the insured sent TAL a medical certificate explaining the effect that completing the daily's activity diary was having on her.
That's right, yes.
And that's exhibited to your statement as Exhibit 72.
Yes.
It's TAL 500 052 0065. Sorry, I'm losing my documents, Ms Van Eeden. I'll just pull that document up. Now, this is a letter from the insured's GP dated the 11th of December 2013. And we see from the letter that the GP says that the insured had presented herself to the GP as her usual GP was absent, and the letter said that she had presented in an extremely anxious state, which she attributes to your request for a daily activity diary. It is my opinion that this requirement is exacerbating her state of anxiety and potentially having a negative impact on her health. And the doctor requested that TAL review its requirement for the diary as it was likely having a negative impact on health. So that was the medical document provided by the insured to TAL at this time.
That's correct, yes.
And the following week, the case manager emailed Dr. Pham, the psychiatrist, about the daily activity diary requirement. Now, we need to go to TAL 500 065 0147 to see those emails. Now, if we could go to the second page, 0148.
Is that attached to...
No, it's not attached to your statement, Ms Van Eeden. It will be on the screen. Do you see there an email? Perhaps if we could bring the next page up as well, 0149, you'll see that there's an email chain. I want to direct you first to the email that appears on the page we have at the moment on the 13th of December at 8:24 a.m. This is an email from the case manager, and the case manager says to a colleague of the psychiatrist, part of his practice, "I have a question for you. I need medical advice concerning the above, the insured. As you are aware, UHG are currently reviewing this claim, and I have sent over surveillance to be reviewed as well. To help us manage this claim, I asked the insured to complete a diary from the 4th of November, and her response was not a good one. Below you will see the back and forward emails, and now she has lodged a complaint as she is stating that we are going against doctor's advice. Could you please advise how do you think we should handle this? 1, I would love the diary completed. 2, if I keep firm with my request, it would be seen as going against doctor's advice. 3, I could ring the doctor, however I believe that this is not the way to go as she was only a locum. 4, help." That was the email from the case manager,
Yes, it
who
was.
clearly wanted support for her position that the daily activity diary should continue to be completed despite the medical evidence.
That's correct, yes.
And we see from 0147 that the psychiatrist emailed back and he made some suggestions in response, including a suggestion that we see in dot point 3. He says, "I'm loath to do this over the phone as you need something in writing in order to justify and reinforce the opinion given." So one of his suggestions was that the case manager write to the GP who had provided that opinion and ask him to justify and reinforce the opinion given. Is that how you read that, Ms Van Eeden?
Yes.
I'll tender that email chain, Commissioner.
Emails between TAL and UHG of December 13, TAL 500 065 0147, Exhibit 6.190.
Now, that email that Dr Pham sent was at 8:05 in the morning on the 13th of December 2013. Can I take you to another email from the psychiatrist to the case manager later that day, TAL 500 065 0001? So at 2:44 that afternoon, The psychiatrist sent the case manager an email entitled "A Picture of Your Favourite Claimant." You see that?
Yes, I do.
And the email linked to a photo of the insured which was available on the internet.
Yes.
And it was sent with the tagline from the psychiatrist, "I thought this would make your day."
Yes.
Was this an appropriate communication between a case manager and the supposedly independent psychiatrist who had been engaged to review the position of the insured person?
Not at all.
This belittled the insured person, didn't it, Ms
That's
Van
right.
Eeden?
It's totally inappropriate.
I tender that document, Commissioner.
Email from UHG to TAL, 13 December 13. A picture of your favourite claimant, TAL 500 065 0001, Exhibit 6.191.
And then on the 25th of December, on Christmas Day, the insured provided TAL with her progress claim forms, along with a further medical certificate from her regular treating GP. You recall this?
Yes, I do.
And if we go to TAL 500 065 0022,
Sorry, is there a tab?
no, it will come up on the screen. We see that the insured provided a medical certificate from her regular GP, who noted that her medical condition causes confusion and she is unable to fill out a diary regarding her daily activities. She is getting quite stressed doing this. That was the medical certificate provided on Christmas Day by the insured.
Yes.
I tender that document.
Medical certificate dated 24 December 13, TAL 500 065 0022, Exhibit 6.192.
And then you tell us at paragraph 103 of your statement that 2 days later the case manager responded to the insured and she told the insured that the matter had been referred to TAL's chief medical officer and that TAL felt that requesting the daily diary was not unreasonable. That communication is Exhibit 73 to your statement, Ms Van Eeden. Is that
Yes.
correct?
That's right, yes.
And she said that she needed to complete the diary sheets and forward them so that her payments were not delayed. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Was this a threat to stop or pause at least her benefits if she didn't submit the daily diary?
It is, and I refer to my statement in terms of bullying, and for me this is absolutely bullying.
The case manager bullying the claimant.
That's right, yes.
Now, a few days after that, the insured decided it was necessary to go back to FOS, didn't she?
That's right, yes.
She made a second complaint to FOS about the requirement that she complete the daily diary.
Yes.
She told FOS that she was not able to do it because of her current medical condition,
That's right, yes.
and she told FOS that she'd given medical opinions to TAL indicating that this was exacerbating her condition.
That's right, yes.
And a few days after that, the case manager emailed the insured about the daily activities diary. You've annexed that email to your statement as Exhibit 74, TAL 003 001 0477. And if we start with 0477, the page on the screen, we can see from the email below that the case manager emphasised, if we could perhaps, are you able to read that? I want to blow up perhaps the part under section 1 firstly. Do you see there, payment of a benefit is subject to proof of your entitlement in such a manner as we may reasonably request?
Yes.
We have the right to require from time to time proof of continuing entitlement to any benefit and to reduce or terminate payment if you are no longer entitled to the benefit under this policy.
That's right, yes.
And we see further down, next to 3, that the case manager advised that the diary had to be completed until the end of March 2014,
Yes.
and that TAL 4A, if you look at 4A, would not be accepting responsibility for requesting the daily diary. We are acting under the agreement of our policy conditions. We have also taken all due care and due diligence. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And then at 0478, at 11A, the case manager assured the insured that TAL is not deliberately trying to worsen your health and prolong your recovery, and that TAL was acting under utmost good faith. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And we see on this page that the case manager also explicitly stated at 7A that TAL could suspend payments under the policy terms and conditions if the activity forms are not completed as per our request.
Yes, I see that.
In your statement, you accept that TAL deployed bullying tactics and offensive communications with the insured and with others acting on her behalf.
Yes, I did.
Is this some of the bullying tactics, Ms Van Eeden?
Yes, they are.
You refer to the dogmatic but plainly wrong assertion that it was not TAL requiring the insured to complete the daily activities diary, but a term of the policy itself.
And it's not a term of the policy.
It wasn't a term of the
No.
policy, was it?
No, it's not a term of the policy.
So you accept that the assertion in this email to that effect was a lie?
It was incorrect, yes.
It was incorrect?
Yes.
Do you accept that this was a breach of professional standards?
Yes.
I tender this email chain, Commissioner. Oh, I'm sorry. This is already part of an exhibit. I apologise. And what observations do you have to make, Ms Van Eeden, about whether communications such as this one were reflective of compliance with the duty to act with the utmost good faith towards the insured?
Yeah, utmost good faith. Yeah, it's utmost anyway, and it's not appropriate. It's not appropriate.
Did TAL breach its duty to act with utmost good faith towards the insured by making communications of this nature?
Yes.
Following this communication, the insured completed the daily activity diary, didn't she?
Yes, she did.
TAL didn't leave her with much choice, did they?
No, they did not.
And you've annexed extracts of that diary to your statement. Have you read those extracts, Ms Van Eeden?
Yes, I have.
You've seen that they contain multiple references to feeling anxious, including about TAL and including about the diary.
Yes, I've seen that.
And they include references to self-harm over the diary.
Yes.
You've seen that, Ms Van Eeden?
Yes, I've seen that.
And over TAL's handling of the claim.
Yes.
Do you have any observations to make about that, Ms Van Eeden?
I think it just goes all in the inappropriateness of the way this claim was handled.
Well, are we getting a bit beyond the inappropriate stage now?
Well, this is the
Ms
bullying.
Van Eeden, this insured provided you with medical evidence that the requirement to complete a daily activities diary was exacerbating her claim. You agree?
I agree.
And in the face of that medical evidence, TAL persisted, requiring her to complete the daily activities diary,
I agree.
and that resulted in harm to the insured, did it not?
I agree.
Now, towards the end of January, Dr Crimston, one of the doctors who had seen the insured, provided another report to TAL, didn't he?
Yes, you did.
And he told TAL in that report that the insured was now suffering severe anxiety attacks, exacerbated by the ongoing requirement of the daily diary, and that she'd now need to see a psychologist. Do you
That's
recall
right.
that?
Yes, I do.
And around that time, there was internal discussion within TAL about how to handle the FOS complaint and about the daily activity diary.
That's right, yes.
And if we go to TAL 003 001 0481,
Under tab,
not
No.
one of your exhibits, Ms Van Eeden. We see that at 0483 in this email chain, the case manager told the complaints resolution manager at TAL, who'd been assigned the complaint, at the top of the page, that she had a lot of surveillance on the insured and by no means is her condition life-threatening. That was the case manager's attitude to this medical evidence.
yes.
And at 0482, the complaints resolution manager suggested that it might be prudent to give consideration to removing or amending the daily diary requirement if the medical evidence was near sufficient to support this. Do you see that in the middle of the page?
Yes, I do.
And the case manager's response at 0481 at the bottom of the page was that the medical evidence does support the insured, but the insured's activities do not support her medical evidence. She knew better.
Looks like it, yes.
I tender that email chain, Commissioner.
Internal TAL emails of 24 January 14, TAL 003 001 0481, Exhibit 6.193.
And in February 2014, the case manager decided that the portions of the diary that had been completed by the insured were enough and that there was no need to ask her to continue it.
Yes.
And as a result, in its submissions to FOS, TAL didn't insist that the insured continue to provide the daily activity diary. Is that right?
Can you
The submissions are Exhibit 126 to your statement, TAL 003 001 0381. And if we go to 0383 in that document,
Yes.
do we see there that TAL decided not to insist that the insured continue to provide the daily diary? Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
But TAL maintained on this page that it was entitled to require this under the terms of the policy and that it was standard practice in the industry.
Yes, I see that.
It wasn't standard practice in the industry, was it, Ms Van Eeden?
No, it was not.
But it said that in an effort to resolve the matter, do you see that paragraph?
Yes.
It had assessed the medical certificates provided by the insured and taken the decision that a daily activity diary was no longer required for the claim.
That's right, yes.
Now, at the same time that the insured was dealing with this
Before
second
you go
application...
on, you said it's not standard practice in the industry, is that right?
No.
Why did you tell FOS? Why did TAL tell FOS that it was?
I've got no idea, Commissioner.
What justification could there be for telling FOS that?
I've really got no idea, Commissioner. It's not something that I've seen them do before.
Well, what am I to conclude about it? What's the conclusion, do you say, that I should draw from just this little aspect of this story?
At this stage, in my opinion, the behaviour of the team was inappropriate in the information. They stuck to their view and they continued to support their view, which was not in the interest of the claimant.
Is it in the interests of TAL?
No?
Go on, Ms. Orr.
I had suggested to you, Ms Van Eeden, that around the time that the insured was prosecuting this second complaint in FOS, TAL was considering its strategy in respect of the claimant more generally. Do you agree with that?
I agree with that, yes.
And shortly before, the case manager sent the January email to the insured insisting that the daily diary was a policy requirement. She again enlisted the help of UHG's medical advisor, Dr. Pham. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And if we go to Exhibit 75 of your statement, TAL 500 052 1051, and if we start at 1052 with an email from the case manager to Dr. Fang on the 2nd of January 2014. Happy New Year. I have had quite a few emails from our lovely client. Could you please help answer this one? I agreed to alter the diary so that our simple AM and PM activities, I agreed to have them start from the 13th of January 2014. I agreed to have them online. The insured has sent another letter from her doctor stating she cannot do them, blah, blah, blah. I have now said they are a requirement under the policy. I have answered a few of her questions, but I'm stuck on this one, as I stated to her that we request the diary sheets when the disability goes past the duration date. She has replied, 1. Can you please inform me of the date when, according to TAL's assessment in this case, the insured has gone past the normal duration date for this type of disability? Help. That was the email from the case manager. And we then see Dr. Fang's response over the page. If we could have 1051 and 1052 both on the screen. Dr. Fang said, I have received the report for the insured specialist case review, which I believe will be coming through to you shortly. I think it sounds like the treating doctors need to see the surveillance. What do I interpret that response you've just given to that to be, Ms Van Eeden?
It's just so inappropriate.
It's highly inappropriate.
It's terrible.
Do you have any observations on behalf of TAL to make about that conduct, Ms Van Eeden?
It's definitely not TAL's conduct, and I was very surprised to see this when I worked on this claim.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we pay over 25,000 claims, and I've never seen one handled in this way before.
See. Over the page at 1052, we see that Dr. Fang says, I would suggest that any attempt by TAL to suggest that anxiety is other than persistent would be met with significant opinions to the contrary. Therefore, the tack I suggest is that we are not looking at the persistence of the underlying anxiety, but its effect on work capacity. So Dr. Fang was providing strategic advice to the case manager on another means that TAL could use to cease paying the insured.
Yes.
And then a few days later, TAL obtained an opinion from a psychiatrist who'd reviewed the insured's file, including the surveillance tapes, but who had not had any direct contact with the insured. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
And that report is Exhibit 75A to your statement. TAL 500 050 1544. And in that report, amongst other things, we see at 1548 that the psychiatrist opined that there may be specific difficulties do you see under conclusion and summary, a few paragraphs down,
Yes.
there may be specific difficulties with the insured working in her pre-injury capacity as a nurse and particularly in an intensive care setting, but there would be apparently no problem with her working in an alternative capacity. And the psychiatrist also opined that the insured was fit to complete a daily activity diary. And he concluded that there was certainly nothing medically to support any argument that completing a diary would exacerbate any anxiety and have a negative impact on her health. We see that over the page at 1549. Now, how much weight could be placed on that assessment in circumstances where the psychiatrist had not seen the insured and in circumstances where there were two conflicting medical opinions from doctors who had?
Minimal. They should not even have taken it into account.
But instead of giving it minimal weight, the case manager chose to refer the insured situation to the TAL Claims Decision Committee on the
That's right.
basis of this report.
Yes.
And that same day, the Claims Decision Committee made a decision on the referral. Who was on the Claims Decision Committee? Was the case manager part of the committee?
Yes, the case manager was part of the committee, and that's something we've also changed.
I just want to understand that because it did appear that that was the case from the documents.
Yes.
The referral is made by the case manager to a committee of which she is part.
Yes.
And when did you change that at TAL, Ms Van Eeden?
It changed already in 2016, and it's
was-
implemented even further in 2017.
Was that change made because there was a conflict of interest given that that person made both the recommendation and was involved in the decision on the recommendation?
We changed it to ensure that there's impartiality in our decisions going forward.
Well, and there was not at this time, was there?
No, there was not at this time.
And if we go to Exhibit 85 in your statement, TAL 003 001 0309, you've read the referral to and decision of, I'm sorry, we need to take that down, Commissioner. Apologise, it appears that there's another redaction problem. You have that document in front of you, Ms Van Eeden.
Yes, I do.
Do you agree with me that the tenor of the referral was that the insured's claim was spurious?
Yes.
And do you agree with me that it says at 0309 towards the bottom of the page that it would appear that the insured always intended to write this book and accomplish this?
Yes.
And we see over the page at 0314, we might try and bring 0314 up onto the screen, that the case manager gave the committee various options.
Yes.
You see that there?
Yes, I do.
And the strategy that was recommended by the case manager was to decline the claim and to reclaim monies paid.
Yes.
And at this page, 0314, we see that the committee's decision was that the insured no longer met the definition of total disablement and that TAL was therefore entitled to apply section 56(1) of the Insurance Contracts Act to cease paying benefits.
Yes.
Now, Section 56 of the Insurance Contracts Act is a section that applies where an insurance claim is made fraudulently, doesn't it?
Yes.
This claim had not been made fraudulently, had it, Ms Van Eeden?
No.
But this was the decision of the Claims Decision Committee.
That's right, yes.
And on the 10th of March 2014, about 10 days later, and 3 days after TAL received its final surveillance report in respect of the insured, TAL sent the insured 2 letters advising that it would not be making further payments to her.
That's right, yes.
And there were 2 letters sent because the first letter referred to the wrong legislative provision as the basis for the decision.
That's right, yes.
So I want to take you to the letter that referred to the correct legislative provision. That's Exhibit 87 to your statement, TAL 003 002 0239. And at 0239, we see that TAL told the insured that it had carefully considered her claim and all the relevant evidence available to us. Do you see that in the first line?
Yes, I do.
And that it regretted to say that TAL would not be making any further payments to the insured as she no longer met the definition for total disability or partial disablement under the terms and conditions of the policy.
Yes.
And on the same page, we see we have declined your claim under Section 56 of the Insurance Contracts Act and Section 13 of the Insurance Contracts Act, which was the duty that contains the duty of utmost good faith.
Yes.
And at 0240 onwards, TAL set out an extensive list of all the surveillance that it had conducted in respect of the insured. We see that at 0240, 0241, 0242, 0243, and 0244. And then if we could have 0244 and 0245 on the screen, we see that TAL concluded the letter by saying, "We believe that TAL has been more than reasonable with your income protection claim. However, due to the evidence available to us, we will now look to seek recovery of benefits paid from at least the 1st of June 2012, bearing in mind that this letter is dated the 10th of March 2014. From at least the 1st of June 2012, if further evidence is located, we reserve the right to request the full recovery. Please arrange for recovery of this benefit, which totals $68,890. You see that?
Yes, I do.
And by this letter, TAL informed the insured for the first time that she had been under surveillance.
Yes.
And set out extensive details of that surveillance.
Yes.
That would have been a shock to the insured.
Yes.
And by this letter, TAL alleged fraud by the insured.
Yes.
Another shock to her.
Yes.
It told her that she would no longer receive any benefits.
Yes.
Another shock.
Yes.
And told her that it required her to repay the $69,000 in benefits that she had been paid to that date.
Yes.
Perhaps the biggest shock of all.
Yes.
Do you accept, Ms Van Eeden, that this letter would have caused considerable distress to the insured?
Absolutely.
Do you have any further observations to make about this communication from TAL to the insured?
No, it's just, once again, I was shocked when I saw this.
That may be a convenient time, Commissioner.
Yes, how are we travelling for time? Is all.
I think 9:45 would still be a useful time to start, Commissioner.
Yes. If I can ask you to be back in time to recommence at 9:45, Ms Van Eeden. and we'll adjourn until that time.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Sorry about that, but I gather we're back up and running, or at least I hope we are. Yes, Ms Orr?
Ms Van Eeden, before I return to TAL's handling of the second FOS complaint, I just want to come back to this topic of KPIs and see if I can assist you. Can I ask that you be shown TAL 500 060 0004, which is an exhibit to a statement from Mr Justin Delaney, another TAL representative that has been tendered in the hearings. Now, Mr Delaney has provided us with a spreadsheet. This spreadsheet relates to 2015 and the KPIs for various people within the business in 2015. 2015 was the period within which the claims of the second and the third insured people that we'll deal with were being dealt with. Is that right?
Right, yes.
At the moment we're in 2014 for this particular insured. Could we bring up the team manager tab in this spreadsheet? And we see that there was a scorecard listing the KPIs.
That's correct, yes.
Yes. And we see that the first scorecard category was business matters. Do you see that there?
Yes, I see that.
And there are 3 rows within business matters, and together those rows make up 50% of the weighting in the scorecard. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
So there was a 30% weighting in the scorecard for a profit target.
I see that.
These are the team managers of claims handlers.
I see that, yes.
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 So 30% of their scorecard was directed to a profit target. What is the profit target for the team manager of a claims handler?
I've got no idea what's underlying that.
What's profit when you're in claims handling, Ms Van Eeden?
I would think relates to the overall profit of the company, but it wouldn't be something just for claims. I don't know. I really can't comment. I've got no idea.
Well, of this 50% related to business matters, we see 30% for a profit target, 15% for the goal of individual team result. Do you see the 15%? The goal is listed as achieve budgeted profit targets by managing claims to outcomes in line with assumptions underpinning loss ratio targets, individual team result.
I see that, yes.
What does that say to you, Ms Van Eeden?
There's normally a lot that goes into loss ratios. It's not only on the claims, so it's expenses, so it's much broader than just a claims number normally. But once again, I really can't comment on what that relates to.
But it's another 15% of the
I see that.
KPIs that related to a budgeted profit target
Yeah.
by managing claims to outcomes in line with assumptions underpinning loss ratio targets.
So the actuaries would have an expected number of claims.
An expected number of claims approved, denied?
No, just based
A total
on
number
a
of
total
claims?
number of claims that they would
Yes.
expect on the portfolio.
Yes.
So a lot of this is related to the actuarial, and claims would not be given, normally be given individual targets.
But we see that there was a team loss ratio target.
Yes, I see that, but I really don't, it's the first time I've ever seen it.
Well, is it a matter that disturbs you, Ms Van Eeden? That this is how team managers of claims handlers were having their performance assessed by your organisation in 2015?
Without a deep understanding of it, yes. But, I mean, I'd need to know the understanding because I've never seen a case manager being rewarded on claims that they've closed.
Well, we see that there's still another 5% of the scorecard that's directed to achieving budgeted profit targets by managing claims to outcomes in line with assumptions underpinning loss ratio targets. That's a collective claims result.
Yes, and that's looking at the broader organisation.
So do you accept from this spreadsheet that 50% of TAL's scorecard for team managers of claims handlers in 2015 depended upon financial matters, profit targets?
Yes, that's what it's here.
Yes.
Yes.
Have you seen Mr. Delaney's statement? Have you looked at this spreadsheet before,
No,
Ms.
I
Van
have not
Eeden?
seen his statement at all.
I want to just show you briefly the case manager tab in this same spreadsheet. And we see there for the case manager, there was also 50% of the scorecard directed to business matters, 30% directed to a profit target, and 20% directed to achieving budgeted profit targets, again by managing claims to outcomes in line with assumptions underpinning loss ratio targets.
I see that.
Now, I want to ask you again, now that you've seen these documents, whether you think that the KPIs that were in place for case managers and their superiors were a driver of the poor conduct that we've observed already in relation to the first insured and which you're familiar with in the cases of the second and the third insured?
I can't comment on that because I do not see any rewarding or any benefits paid to people based on this. So unfortunately, I can't comment on it.
You can't comment on it?
No.
Well, what am I to make of the last column G? If you look at the first two entries in column G, which are the exceed expectations columns, both of them demonstrate significant contribution to achieving more than annual team finalisation target, demonstrate significant contribution to supporting performance across the wider claims business. Why should I not read that as bringing claims to an end as soon as possible?
But it is finalising, it's not necessarily denying. So a decision has to be made on a claim as fast as we can, Commissioner, and we shouldn't be extending the duration of our decision-making processes.
And a decision was made on this claim following the first FOS proceeding, is that right?
No, unfortunately, this claim is not a very good example of our processes.
Well, what the claims manager was doing in the emails that were last tendered was trying to bring this claim to an end. Is that right?
That's right, Commissioner.
That is to achieve finalisation of the claim.
In this respect, yes.
Something for which the claims manager likely would be rewarded.
That I cannot comment on.
Well, the fact that you can't comment on it may simply lead me to infer, you being the witness put forward by TAL, that that is the expectation when I see in the 2015 documents that that is the way in which people were rewarded after these events. Go on, Ms. Orr.
I want to come back to the case of the insured, Ms. Van Eeden, and I had put to you earlier that after the email chain that we had seen, the email chain between the case manager and the complaints resolution manager at TAL, TAL filed further submissions with FOS addressing both the daily diary issue and now its denial of the insured's claim. You recall that?
Yes, I do.
And TAL told FOS that it had obtained extensive evidence from surveillance footage, internet and background searches, that it said showed that the complainant had engaged in work-based activities while in receipt of her benefits.
That's right, yes.
And TAL said that it was entitled to cease paying the benefits on that basis and that it reserved its right to recover the benefits that had been paid so far. That was the position that TAL expressed to FOS.
That's right, yes.
And in April 2014, FOS asked TAL to participate in a conciliation call with a view to resolving that complaint.
Do you have the relevant tab for me? I just want to
You refer to this in paragraph 164 of your statement.
Okay. Yes. Yes.
And TAL declined that invitation. TAL said it did not wish to participate in the conciliation conference.
That's correct, yes.
Why was that decision made, Ms Van Eeden?
I don't know why they would not want to participate.
Was it because TAL wasn't prepared to offer the insured anything to settle the dispute?
That's what it looks like, yes.
And do you consider that the refusal to participate in the conciliation process was conduct that fell below what the community would expect of TAL in engaging with FOS in that proceeding?
Yes, I do.
And over the following 6 months, FOS continued to liaise with TAL and the insured and to receive further information from both the insured and TAL.
That's right, yes.
The insured provided FOS with further medical reports in support of her position.
Yes.
And TAL continued to maintain that she was not entitled to benefits.
That's right, yes.
And in October 2014, TAL finally told FOS that it did not intend to attempt to recover the benefits that had already been paid to the insured.
Yes.
And in November 2014, FOS delivered its recommendation in that dispute. The recommendation is annexed to your statement as Exhibit 140. It's TAL 003 002 0140. And if we turn to 0143, the first page of that recommendation, we see that the recommendation, like the recommendation and determination in the first dispute, was in favour of the insured.
That's right, yes.
We see on this page, under issues and key findings, that FOS found the applicant has not made a fraudulent claim. The applicant made the proper disclosures to TAL with regard to her self-published book and home business. She continues to be unable to perform one or more of the important duties of a nurse due to her sickness. And under the heading, is it fair and reasonable to require the applicant to complete a daily activity diary? Dr H and Dr C have stated that the completion of a daily activity diary causes the applicant stress and exacerbates her medical condition. Therefore, it is not fair and reasonable to require the applicant to complete a daily activity diary. Those were the findings in those paragraphs.
That's right, yes.
And then under, is the applicant entitled to benefits? The applicant is entitled to benefits from the 4th of February 2014. Now, that was when you had ceased paying the benefits, is that right?
That's right, yes.
Whether the benefit is for total disability or partial disability would depend on whether she generated monthly earnings from the home business from that date. Now, the recommendation required TAL to reassess the insured's claim and to pay her either total or partial benefits from that date. And as with the previous recommendation, the insured accepted the recommendation. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
And TAL had reasonably quickly after this formed the view that it would challenge the aspect of the recommendation dealing with the daily activity diary. Is that right?
Yes, I think so.
But TAL spent more time considering whether there was a basis to challenge the finding that the insured was entitled to benefits. Is that right?
Do you have our correspondence on that?
Yes. Could I show you TAL 003 002 0132? It will come up on the screen, Ms Van Eeden.
0131, I don't know. 132.
Now, this is a two-page email chain. If we could have both pages on the screen. We see that it's an internal email chain between the external dispute resolution manager at TAL and a number of other people within TAL. Do you see on the left-hand side that a person called Monique Sanders says, "We believe there is basis to reject the recommendation to continue payments with the claim, but we'll have a definitive answer for you tomorrow. The one recommendation we can confirm that we will not be accepting is the insured's not having to complete daily activity diaries." You see that?
Yes, I do.
All right. I'll tender that email chain, Commissioner.
Emails November and December to and from EDR manager TAL, TAL 003 002 0132, Exhibit 6.195.
Now, to make that assessment of whether to challenge the recommendation insofar as it related to the payment of benefits, TAL sought external assistance. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
TAL engaged a strategic consultancy firm, Wyburn Strategic,
That's right, yes.
and had Anthony Wyburn, the principal consultant of that firm, had previous involvement in the insured's matter?
I don't think so. No, I don't think he had.
Right. Now, did you refer to the involvement of Wyburn's Strategic in your statement?
I should. Did I? I don't know if I did.
You don't know if you did.
No, I can't remember. I don't think I did. Did I?
Is there a reason you would have left that out, Ms Van Eeden?
No, no specific reason.
Well, why did TAL seek Mr Wyburn's assistance?
They apparently wanted an external opinion on how to proceed.
And what qualifications did Mr Wyburn have to assist with this consideration?
He provides support in terms of complex claims.
I see. What are the qualifications he has?
I don't have his.
You don't know?
No.
Does TAL generally seek the assistance of a strategic consultancy firm when it loses in FOS?
No. They generally use him to help support with letters and communication with claimants.
He supports with letters
Yeah,
and
our
communications with claimants.
Yeah. So this is unusual in this kind of a review.
And you're unable to say why that happened here?
I'm unable to say why.
Could I ask that you look at TAL 500 057 0674?
Is that in? It's not in my pack.
No, I'll tell you when it's an exhibit to your statement, Ms Van Eeden. This one is not. TAL 500 057 0674. Now, if we could turn to 0678 in this email chain. We see at the top of the page that Monique Saunders, Retail Claims Manager, said to Mr Wyburn, "We would really like your thoughts on the recommendation made by FOS. Would you mind having a look at this when you get a moment?" And then if we bring up 0674 and 0675, we see that having reviewed the recommendation, Mr Wyburn sent the email that starts at the bottom of the left-hand side of the screen. He provided an executive summary of his views. The executive summary said, "I believe that we should challenge the FOS recommendation, but do not expect that we'll be successful in respect of the denial of the claim, but potentially will be in terms of activity diaries. The reason for the challenge is that A, the recommendation is inaccurate in many respects and understates the evidence. B, I do believe that with more work, there should be a sound basis to decline this claim in the future. And so maintaining our position at FOS will be important in that ongoing assessment. C, as part of that, I would want to push for completion of activity diaries." You see that in the executive summary provided by Mr Wyburn?
Yes, I do.
And we see that Mr Wyburn also offered to assist with drafting a response to the recommendation.
Yes, I see that.
And at 0674, we see from the email above that in the chain that Ms Saunders asked Mr Wyburn to prepare a draft. She said, because having a chat to Emlyn, he is just querying whether we should challenge the denial, given our case is not that strong. Who was Emlyn?
He was the head of retail at that stage.
He was the
The head of retail,
the head of retail.
yes.
So he queried whether it was appropriate to challenge the FOS recommendation, given that TAL did not have a strong case.
That's right, yes.
What observations do you make, Ms Van Eeden, about the strategic consultant saying to TAL, "I do believe with more work there should be a sound basis to decline this claim in the future, and so maintaining our position at FOS will be important in that ongoing assessment"?
Once again, that's inappropriate.
It's again evidence of a plan at any point possible to find a way to stop paying this insured benefits, is it not?
That's right, yes.
I'll tender that email chain, Commissioner.
Emails of December 2014 to and from Anthony Wyburn, TAL 500 057 0674, Exhibit 6.196.
Now, ultimately, TAL decided to accept the recommendation that it accept the claim, is that right?
That's right, yes.
But it challenged the recommendation that the completion of the daily activity diary was not fair and reasonable.
That's correct,
that
yes.
right?
Yes.
Now, if we could go to Exhibit 142 of your statement, TAL 003 002 0129. We can see that TAL provided FOS with detailed reasons for its position. This is a letter that TAL sent to FOS.
Yes, it is.
And TAL was at pains to make sure that FOS understood that although it was not rejecting the finding that it should pay the claim, it had grave concerns about FOS's analysis on that point. You recall that?
Yes, I do.
And it was at pains to point out that despite its misgivings about the claim, we see this on 0131, under the heading Recommencement of Claim.
Yes, see that.
Despite its misgivings about the claim, it accepted that benefits were to be reinstated from the 4th of February 2014 with interest, subject to receiving further information from the insured.
Yes.
But TAL took the position that completion of the diaries was not unfair or unreasonable, and that it was a legitimate and proper claims assessment requirement to enable the insurer to undertake a prudent and balanced assessment of the claim, and in particular, the claimant's functional capacity. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Now, for another 6 months after this, FOS continued to liaise with TAL and the insured to receive further information from TAL and the insured before making a determination. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
And during that period, TAL appointed a new case manager to the insured's claim.
Yes.
Do you know what happened to the previous case manager?
She was on contract and her contract expired.
Did she receive any disciplinary consequences for her conduct in relation to the handling of this claim?
No,
No disciplinary consequences?
no.
Why not, Ms Van Eeden?
I really don't know.
What does that say to you about the culture within TAL?
Yeah. It was not great looking at this claim.
In June 2015, FOS delivered its determination in relation to the second dispute. Is that right?
Yes,
And the only issue in dispute from the recommendation stage was whether it was fair to require the insured to complete the diary.
that's correct, yes.
And if we go to Exhibit 154 to your statement, TAL 003 003 0105, we see that the determination, which starts at 0106, was in favour of the insured.
Yes,
And FOS again found that it was not fair to require the insured to complete the diary in circumstances where doing so caused her stress and exacerbated her medical condition.
yes,
And it also pointed to the fact that the insured was already completing a monthly claims form which provided similar information.
yes,
And at 0107, we see that FOS found towards the top of the page that TAL should reimburse the insured for the legal costs that she incurred and pay her $1,000 for non-financial loss.
yes,
Now, in your statement, you accept that the daily activities diary was used by TAL as a tool to disprove the insured's entitlements.
in this claim, yes.
And you accept that TAL's insistence upon completion of the daily activities diary was another reflection of the inappropriate approach that was being taken by TAL more generally in respect of the claim.
For this claim, yes.
Yes.
Absolutely.
That approach being an approach that was designed to stop the payment of benefits.
In this claim, yes.
Now, that was particularly so in circumstances where TAL's insistence upon the daily activities diary was at odds with the opinions of the external medical advisors. Do you accept that?
Yes, I do.
And it was at odds with the position of FOS.
I agree.
And it was increasingly evident from the communications with the insured that it was having a significant detrimental impact on her well-being.
Yes,
Now, you acknowledge in your statement that TAL's actions with respect to the daily activity diary constituted misconduct, don't you?
yes, I do.
And you accept that it was a breach of professional standards, which we now see reflected in the Life Insurance Code.
Yes, I do.
And it was a breach of the duty of utmost good faith in respect of the insured.
Yes,
And telling the insured that she was required to complete the diary as a term of the policy was at best misleading,
yes,
but I think you accepted yesterday it was a lie.
yes.
I object to that, Commissioner. I'm not sure. I'm not sure that it's fair to put to the witness that she accepted yesterday that it was a lie. I don't recall that evidence being given yesterday.
It was misleading.
I
Mr.
remember.
Bowman.
I remember it being put, and I thought the answer. I don't think the witness agreed yesterday that it was a lie. I think she. I don't remember her precise answer, but I believe.
Well, do you accept, Ms. Van Eeden, that it was a lie?
It was definitely misleading.
Yes. Do you accept the word lie?
I can't actually comment on that based on, I don't know the reason why they put it in.
Can I just
No,
There's no misunderstanding about this, Ms Van Eeden. To accept that it is misleading, but to hesitate or reject the notion that it is a lie is, I think, perhaps to draw a distinction that may be without difference.
yeah, I would not say that it was a lie.
Yes, very well.
Well, was it the truth, Ms Van Eeden?
It was misquoted. Yeah,
It was an untruth, was it not?
it was not quoted appropriately, yes.
You know, don't you, Ms Van Eeden, that it was not permitted by the policy, I withdraw that, required by the policy, that the insured complete the daily activity diary. Do you
Yeah,
accept that?
I accept that.
And I'll just refer you to the transcript from yesterday at 5712, line 20. I put to you, she also told the insured that the majority of TAL claimants had been required to produce a daily diary. This is not the case. She said that, didn't she? She did say that, yes. And it was not true, was it? And you said no. So
Yeah.
that was the matter that you
was not
accepted
true.
was not true yesterday.
Yes,
And
yes.
you accept still that that was not true?
That's not true.
Okay. But you want to draw a distinction when it comes to what was said about it being a requirement of the policy to complete the daily activities diary. You want to say that was misleading,
Yes.
but you're
Not
not
true.
prepared to say it was not true?
Yeah, I don't, yes.
You're not prepared to say that. All right. Now, after the determination of the first FOS dispute that we looked at yesterday, we saw that TAL didn't get the payment of the interest to the insured right. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Took a number of attempts and the intervention of FOS for interest to be paid and then for interest to be paid for the right period. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Now, after this determination, did TAL get the payment of interest to the insured right?
No.
Got it wrong again?
Yes.
How did it get it wrong?
It didn't calculate it correctly.
And I said to you yesterday, I asked you yesterday why it was such a battle for the insured to get TAL to comply with FOS's first determination. It was a battle again in respect of the interest to get TAL to comply with the second FOS determination, wasn't it?
It was an administrative error, yes, on the
It was an
admin.
administrative error,
Yeah,
which had to be drawn to the attention of TAL before it was rectified.
that's right, yes.
I see. Now, TAL accepted that determination. That's
Yes.
right.
Yes,
And as at the date of your statement, the insured continues to receive income protection benefits from TAL?
yes.
And your statement doesn't say anything further about TAL's interactions with the insured after the second FOS determination.
Yes.
Could I ask that you look at TAL 500 052 1357? Now, in October 2015, some months after the determination, another case manager was brought on to the handling of the claim. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
Now, her name is also subject to a non-publication direction, so I'm going to refer to her by her position, which was senior case manager.
Yes.
Now, we see that this email relates to the engagement of that new case manager, but you accept that proposition that she was engaged at that time on the claim?
Yes, I do.
Yes, I don't need to take you further to the content of this email. I will tender it for completeness, Commissioner.
Exhibit 6.197, email 20 October 15 concerning appointment of senior case manager.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner.
Exhibit 6.197, TAL 500 052 57.
Now, that case manager, the senior case manager, you've just agreed was brought in October 2015. I want to take you forward to April 2016, when TAL and the senior case manager in particular were continuing to consider the strategy in respect of the insured. Do you understand?
Yes, I understand.
And can I ask that you look at TAL 500 052 1921? This is a file note headed benefit payment that relates to the insured,
That's right, yes.
and the metadata tells us that this document is from the 6th of April 2016. And if we look at the box headed strategy down the bottom of the page, we see that the case manager has written a number of dot points that were being considered by TAL at this time, the final of which was to advise the claimant that she has not declared TAL benefits as income in 2015 returns and is therefore in breach of tax law.
Yeah, I see that.
What's your immediate reaction to that, Ms Van Eeden?
It doesn't really have anything to do with the case manager.
Well, why did TAL consider it appropriate to advise the insured that she was breaching tax laws?
I've got no idea.
It was another heavy-handed tactic to intimidate the insured, wasn't it, Ms Van Eeden?
I can't comment, but it's not appropriate. It's got nothing to do with the case.
Well, do you accept my characterisation of it as a heavy-handed tactic to intimidate the insured?
I don't know if it's heavy-handed, but it's a tactic.
To intimidate her?
Yes.
And it was orchestrated by yet another, more senior case manager.
Yes.
And TAL proceeded to communicate this to the insured, didn't it?
I have not seen the communication.
All right, I'll show you that. So I'll tender this document.
File note, benefit payment concerning insured 6 April 16, TAL 500 052 1921, Exhibit 6.198.
And if I could ask that you be shown TAL 500 057 0730. I'll ask that you be shown this 2-page email, which is an email from the insured to TAL, in which she thanks TAL on the second page for informing her about TAL's finding and information regarding the missing declaration of TAL benefits in my tax return. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
So you accept that TAL did in fact say to the insured that she was breaching tax laws by not declaring the benefits?
Yes, I do.
And do you see that the insured said to TAL, I need to request TAL, this is the second page, to please refrain from making any assumptions that I am in breach of the law, while it is yet again, and as many times before, TAL's mishandling of my claim that has created unnecessary problems and avoidable difficulties and stresses for the ATO, my accountant, Centrelink and me.
Yes.
I tender that email, Commissioner.
Email from insured to TAL 12 April 16, TAL 500 057 0730, Exhibit 6.199.
So this is April 2016. By August 2016, TAL was beginning to have serious concerns with the approach that was being taken by the senior case manager to the insured. Have you seen documents that reflect that?
No, I have not.
All right. Could I ask that you be shown TAL 500 057 0158? And if we start at 0159, we see that on the 19th of August 2016, Mr K, TAL's retail claims manager, asked the senior case manager what her future management plans were in respect of the insured. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And at 0158, we see that the case manager, the senior case manager, responded down the bottom that this was an old, protracted, complicated claim. You see that?
Yes, I do.
And she agreed with Mr Kay's assessment that the strategy in respect of the insured should have been articulated more clearly, but said that there are time constraints on everyone.
In terms of processing.
And she then said that the strategy was continue with benefits. We see this from 0158 through to 159. Continue with benefits until the reinsurer advises otherwise, and await to hear from the reinsurer regarding the investigation approach. So further investigation into the insured's case was being considered at this time.
Appears so, yes.
Why, Ms Van Eeden?
I've got no idea.
And this prompted Mr Kay, we see from the email on the top left-hand side, to email Sandra Hill. Who is Sandra Hill?
She's the new head of retail.
The head of retail claims?
Yes.
And Mr Kay told Ms Hill that the senior case manager's behaviour was wholly inappropriate, especially from a senior.
Yes.
He said that his review of the senior case manager's portfolio was really concerning and pretty much followed a similar theme to the comments below, in the email below. Do you
That's
see
correct.
that?
Yes, that's correct.
And he said that he would have concerns with her being a case manager, let alone a senior.
Yes.
And he recommended that her whole portfolio be reviewed by quality assurance, as he had significant concerns and considered it to be a big risk for the team.
That's correct, yes.
This is the person who was entrusted to handle the insured's claim after all that TAL had put the insured through.
That's correct, yes.
I tender that email chain, Commissioner.
Emails to and from Retail Claims Manager concerning Senior Case Manager, August 16, TAL 500 057 0158, Exhibit 6.200.
And if we turn to TAL 500 057 0684, we see that despite the concerns expressed by Mr Kay, a few weeks later the senior case manager remained in charge of the file. Do you see that? You see from the email that starts partway down the page that she is dealing on the 7th of September 2016 with the insured's claim.
Yeah, her name's blanked out, so I assume that it is her, yes.
Well, we provided these
Yes.
documents to you ahead of giving evidence so you could satisfy yourself as to who these documents related to, Ms
Yes.
Van Eeden. Do you need assistance, or are you able to accept from me that this is an email from the senior case manager?
I'll accept it.
So we see that in September 2016, the senior case manager is still in charge of the file, and she decides to email Mr Wyburn, the strategic consultant, for some more advice.
I see that, yes.
So he had remained involved with the file.
It looks like it is.
And at 0685, we see that a question posed by the senior case manager for Mr Wyburn was, question 2, are we in a position to decline her claim for not following medical advice? It is unclear what that advice is. TAL was still, in September 2016, looking for a basis to deny the insured's claim. Do you agree, Ms Van Eeden?
Yes, it appears so.
Is this case manager, this senior case manager, still employed by TAL?
Yes.
Have any disciplinary consequences been imposed on this senior case manager in relation to her handling of the insured's claim?
No, but we have provided training.
No disciplinary consequences?
No.
So she remains in your employ and you've provided her with some training,
Yes.
despite all of the concerns expressed by Mr Kay about her conduct, not just in relation to this claim, but in relation to her other files.
Yeah, I can't comment on the eventual QA results. I've not seen them.
I see. You didn't look into that matter in preparation for today?
This was really in the last 2 days that I received this information, so I really haven't had a chance to look into it yet.
Well, the information was made available. This is information that was provided under a notice to produce by TAL and identified by the Commission for your review before you gave evidence many days ago, last week.
Yeah, I have not looked into it yet.
All right, I tender that email chain, Commissioner.
Email between Senior Case Manager and Wyburn, September 16, TAL 500 057 0684, Exhibit 6.201.
Now, in July last year, Dr. Dinnan, the insured psychiatrist, provided a further independent report to TAL about the insured's condition. Have you seen that?
Yes, I have.
That is TAL 500 052 2312. Now, you recall that Dr. Dinnan had previously given a report about the insured in 2011,
That's right, yes.
and we see at 2312 that Dr. Dinnan made some observations under the heading "at interview" about the insured's presentation at an interview with him prior to the preparation of this report last year. He referred to the insured's fearfulness and anger, which was directed towards the insurance processes. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And over the page, I'll take you a few pages in, to 2318. We see that Dr. Dinnan said under the heading comment, "It is clear from the patient's current condition that there has been progressive deterioration since I first examined her just on 6 years ago. The level of suspiciousness, feelings of oppression, loss of trust and social withdrawal have all worsened considerably. Further, her aversion to any form of treatment is a reflection of her suspiciousness and lack of trust and is almost of delusional intensity. In other words, it is not amenable to logical discussion. While I think that a range of treatments would have been and are now appropriate and may slow the progression of this insidious and malignant psychiatric illness, the prospects of such treatment now or in the future are very poor. I do not think it would cause any major recovery, however." And then over the page at 2320, Dr. Dinnan answered some specific questions that were raised by TAL, because this was a report produced at TAL's request. And in relation to diagnosis, Dr. Dinnan said, "Adjustment disorder with anxiety and depressed mood. This was triggered by workplace problems as described in the original report, but has now a life of its own." And in relation to the insured's capacity to return to work, Dr. Dinnan said, "I see no reasonable prospect of the patient returning to work in her usual occupation or indeed in any other significant occupation for more than a handful of hours a month. Her psychiatric condition is the barrier to any employment, with suspiciousness, lack of trust, social withdrawal and isolation, and therefore very difficult interpersonal relationships, panic attacks, anxiety, and difficulties with memory and concentration, and so forth." And in response to a question about fitness for work, Dr. Dinnan said, "In my opinion, she is permanently unfit for any employment." You see all of that,
Yes,
Ms.
I
Van
do.
Eeden? I'll tender that report, Commissioner.
Report of Dr. Anthony Dinnan, 13 July 17, TAL 500 052 2312, Exhibit 2.6.202.
And TAL also brought in a report from the insured's GP last year, who certified that her illness rendered her incapable of working in her trained occupation as a nurse, with no expectation that she would ever recover enough to return to that occupation. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Do you accept that TAL's treatment of the insured over the past 8 years caused her considerable distress and has significantly exacerbated her mental health condition?
I can agree to us causing her stress, but I cannot comment on the exacerbation of her medical condition, as there could be many other factors as well.
Do you think that the matters that I've taken you through yesterday and this morning are matters that are likely to have exacerbated her mental health condition?
They can, of course, do a lot of stress, yes, and
And exacerbate her mental health condition?
I can't comment on that.
Throughout the period that followed the FOS determination, TAL continued to inflict various systems errors and administrative errors on the insured, didn't it?
Yes, it did.
For several months she didn't get her monthly statements. She had to make several requests to TAL before the information was finally provided. Do you accept that?
Yes, I do.
And on a number of occasions, she has had to contact TAL about TAL failing to pay her benefits in a timely manner.
That's right, yes.
And on at least 4 occasions, TAL sent her a letter suggesting that she was required to pay premiums to TAL despite being on claim.
Yes,
And that happened as recently as May this year.
yeah, administrative errors, yes.
And that followed an earlier occasion when the insured had received a letter from TAL telling her that her policy had lapsed because she hadn't paid premiums.
That's correct, yes.
And in April 2018, April this year, we see from documents produced to the Royal Commission that a TAL staff member commented that her policy was paid until the 18th of September this year.
Yes.
What does that mean, Ms Van Eeden?
So there's normally a review of all our claimants, depending on their condition. So there's a regular review. It's a standard procedure.
So there'll be a review of her claim in September this year.
Yes.
That's a week or so from now.
Yeah.
Now, Ms Van Eeden, you accept, I think, that TAL's handling of this claim was deficient in many respects. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
You accept that TAL engaged in misconduct by breaching its duty of utmost good faith?
That's right, yes.
And you accept that the approach taken by TAL was to seek to avoid paying out the claim rather than supporting the insured with her claim?
In this instance, yes.
I want to put to you that the way TAL handled this claim was a deeply troubling response to a legitimate mental health claim that led to a series of wrong decisions and extremely poor behaviour, including misleading the insured, misleading FOS, and authorising conduct that involved very troubling breaches of the insured's privacy.
I'm sorry, I object to that question, Commissioner.
Yes.
There are a number of propositions rolled up in
Oh,
that.
take it one by one then.
I will do it one by one, Commissioner.
All right.
Do you firstly accept, Ms Van Eeden, that this was a deeply troubling response to a legitimate mental health claim?
I don't have enough information. Yes, yes.
You do?
Yes.
Do you accept that it led to a series of wrong decisions?
Yes.
Do you accept that it led to extremely poor behaviour by a number of TAL's representatives?
Poor behaviour, yes.
Do you accept that the insured was misled?
Yes.
Do you accept that FOS was misled?
That one I can't comment on. I think some of the information in there was misleading.
The Commissioner asked you questions about TAL's statements to FOS yesterday. Again, I can bring up the transcript, but I understood that yesterday you had conceded.
There were comments in there that were misleading, yes.
Thank you. And do you accept that TAL authorised conduct that involved very troubling breaches of the insured's privacy?
Yes.
And that conduct extended over a significant number of years
Yes.
and was engaged in by numerous TAL employees.
Yes.
The insured's claim went through a number of case managers. It went to the TAL Claims Decision Committee, it went to the TAL Internal Dispute Resolution Team, and it went to the TAL External Dispute Resolution Team. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
And none of them took steps to change the approach that was being taken.
That's correct, yes.
And was that because no one was paying due regard to TAL's duty of utmost good faith to its policyholders?
I cannot explain why it happened. It's troubling that it did, but I don't know why it happened.
What does it say to you again about the culture at TAL?
In terms of this case, absolutely not acceptable.
You say in your statement that there was a lack of oversight of and guidance given to the first unnamed case manager. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you say that that happened because she came to TAL with extensive claims management experience.
Yes.
She was a senior case manager.
Yes.
So this was the case manager who engaged the private investigator, corresponded with the psychiatrist in the way we saw yesterday, and recommended to the claims decision committee of which she was part that the policy be avoided and that the insured be told she needed to repay the benefits already paid.
Yes. She came in as a contractor.
And you accept in your statement that there was minimal oversight within TAL of senior level case managers.
At that stage, yes.
And there were no structured ongoing training programs in relation to TAL's processes and procedures.
There's much better structured programs at the moment. I can't comment on exactly what training they received, but we have structured training in place now.
Could I ask you to look at paragraph 194 of your statement? On page 30 of your statement, Ms Van Eeden,
Yes.
you tell us that there was no
Just to
structured...
align.
Do you see?
Yes, I see it.
So you accept that there were no structured ongoing training programs in relation to TAL's processes and procedures?
Well, this is relating to the philosophy. So I would assume there was training in processes and procedures, but not sufficient on philosophy.
I see. Do we take from your statement that TAL didn't have mandatory induction training for all new employees at the time that the first case manager joined TAL?
Yes.
You didn't?
We didn't have.
That's a pretty serious flaw in TAL's systems, isn't it?
Yes.
And
But
were TAL's representatives, in your view, adequately trained to provide the financial services that were covered by its Australian Financial Services licence?
Yes, there was a lot of on-the-job training, but we've now structured it in that there's a formal 2-week induction training program as well.
When did the 2-week induction training program commence, Ms Van Eeden?
In 2017.
And prior to that time, there was no such requirement?
No, it was on-the-job training.
You accept that TAL breached professional standards in your statement?
Yes.
And in what ways do you accept that TAL breached professional standards in the handling of this claim?
We did not consider the claimants and the claimant's position.
You also accept in your statement that several aspects of the dispute resolution process fell below community standards and expectations?
Yes.
You accepted yesterday that TAL's IDR team didn't perform its proper function of conducting a robust analysis and independent analysis of the complaint?
Yes.
And in your statement, you tell us that you're unaware of why that occurred, but at the time it occurred, the IDR team was embedded within the operational functions of TAL, and the EDR team was part of the risk team.
That's right, yes, and now we've moved them into our legal environment.
So they've both been moved to the dispute resolution area now, you
That's
say,
right,
with a
yes.
view to enhancing their independence and expertise.
That's right, yes.
So you accept that at the time of this conduct, structurally, those teams were not located in a way that enhanced any independence.
That's right, yes.
Do you accept that the IDR team was not sufficiently independent of the business at the time of this claim?
It appears not to be, based on their processes.
Now, you also accept that there were serious issues with the way in which the EDR team engaged with FOS?
Yes,
TAL was not frank with FOS?
yes. And they should not, TAL should have accepted the FOS decisions.
Yes, and was
Yes.
TAL frank with FOS?
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Was TAL, I'm not sure how else to put that, was TAL frank with FOS? Were they open and transparent and truthful in their dealings with FOS?
They provided FOS the information that they had on file, yes. But some of it, as you said, it previously was misleading.
I see. And the community would expect better from TAL and its engagement with the external dispute resolution body, wouldn't it?
In those years, yes.
And you have just said that TAL should have accepted FOS's determinations and its recommendations at the
Yes.
time, is that right?
That's right, yes.
And if that had happened, the insured's matter wouldn't have needed to proceed to determination stage on either occasion, and that likely would have saved the insured a lot of mental anguish. Do you accept that?
I accept that, yes.
And you also accept that TAL failed to properly acknowledge the insured's distress in relation to a number of matters, including the daily activities diary,
Yes, I do.
and that the refusal to participate in the FOS conciliation conference in the second dispute and continuing to maintain an allegation of fraud against the insured was also conduct that fell below community standards and expectations.
Yes,
And finally, you acknowledge the many administrative and system errors throughout the history of this claim as falling below community standards and expectations.
yes.
And do you accept that for someone in the insured's condition, that those administrative and system errors were likely to be significant stresses and could have impacted on her health?
Definitely stresses, yes.
And again, you're unable to explain why those things occurred?
No, I can't explain them.
Now, before I leave the case of this insured, I just want to put to you squarely that the misconduct that you have admitted in connection with this claim is attributable to a culture within TAL that endorses and encourages attempts to limit TAL's liability to pay out under claims.
No, I can't comment. That this is one individual claim, and it does not happen to all our claims.
Well, you say it's one individual claim, Ms Van Eeden. It's a claim that was handled over numerous years by numerous case managers and numerous other parts of the TAL business, including the IDR and EDR and the Claims Dispute Committee. None of them, as I put to you earlier, did anything to change the approach that was being taken. In those circumstances, do you accept that this misconduct was attributable to a culture that endorsed and encouraged attempts to stop paying out claims?
On this one claim, yes. But I don't want to make that comment broader than that.
Are you
Because it's
aware,
not-
Ms Van Eeden, that holders of Australian financial services licences have an obligation to do all things necessary to ensure that their services that are covered by the licence are provided efficiently, honestly and fairly?
Yes,
Now, leaving to one side the question of whether that obligation extends presently to the process of handling a policyholder's claim, do you think that TAL's conduct in relation to this claim was efficient?
no,
Do you think it was honest?
no,
Do you think it was fair?
no.
All right. I want to now move Ms Van Eeden to asking you some questions about your statement in response to rubric 645. And that relates to a different insured person. And again, I'm just going to refer to her as the insured.
Okay.
Oh, if necessary, I'll refer to her as the second insured. Now, the Commission provided TAL with an outline of proposed evidence from this insured person, and you respond to that outline of proposed evidence in your statement. Is that right, Ms Van Eeden?
Yes,
Commissioner, I want to tender the outline of evidence of the second insured provided to TAL on the 7th of August 2018.
does it have a doc ID, or is it sufficient to describe it as outline of evidence provided to TAL on what date?
On the 7th of August 2018. We'll have it assigned a document ID, Commissioner.
Yes. Exhibit 6.203.
Now, Ms Van Eeden, this insured also took out an income protection policy from TAL,
That's correct, yes.
and she was a self-employed health professional,
That's correct, yes.
and she obtained her policy from TAL in October 2013.
Yes.
And in mid-December 2013, she was diagnosed with cervical cancer,
Yes.
and she made a claim on the policy in January 2014.
Yes.
And from January to May 2014, TAL paid the insured's claim.
Yes.
Then at the end of June 2014, TAL avoided the insured's contract of insurance.
That's correct, yes.
And TAL did this because it considered that the insured had failed to disclose a prior history of depression,
Yes.
an unrelated condition to the condition that was the subject of the claim, being cervical cancer.
That's correct, yes.
The insured disputed that decision in FOS,
Yes.
and after a conciliation conference, TAL and the insured settled the dispute.
Yes.
Now, I want to take you back to some points in that timeline in a little more detail. Excuse me. You tell us in your statement that the insured applied for her policy with the assistance of a representative of iSelect,
That's right, yes.
and the iSelect representative conducted a telephone interview with the insured to obtain answers to the questions listed in TAL's Accelerated Protection Application Summary.
That's right, yes.
And that telephone call, which took place on the 26th of September 2013, went for just over 40 minutes. Is that right?
That's right.
And in that call, the iSelect representative completed an application form containing the answers given by the insured, and that was then submitted to TAL, and that document's exhibited to your statement.
That's right, yes.
Now, if we could go to that document, it's Exhibit 62 to your statement, TAL 500 020 1322. Now, Ms Van Eeden, we see from this document, if we go to 1324 and 1325 at the same time, that TAL required the insured to answer a series of questions about her occupation, quite a long series of questions on the left-hand side,
Yes.
and questions about her income.
Yes.
And then if we go to 1325 and bring up 1326 as well, we see the first two of 4 pages of questions about the insured's health and medical history. You see that?
Yes, I do.
And if we look at 1325, we see that all of the medical history questions at the bottom of the page were prefaced with, have you ever had or received medical advice or treatment for any of the following? Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And we then see a list of 27 matters.
Yes.
Now, have you listened to the telephone call in which the iSelect representative takes the insured through these 27 questions?
Yes, I have.
And you know that the words, have you ever had or received medical advice or treatment for any of the following, was not repeated before each of those 27 questions were asked.
Yes,
It was said once at the start of the 27 questions.
that's right, yes.
And one of those 27 questions, question 16, was about the insured needed to put question 16 together with the words that were said to her much earlier. Have you ever had or received medical advice or treatment for any of the following? Depression, anxiety, panic attacks, stress, psychosis, schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, attempted suicide, chronic fatigue, postnatal depression, or any other mental or nervous condition? And we see that the insured's response to this question was no.
Yes,
And it was the insured's response to this question that led to TAL's avoidance of her policy.
yes,
And if we turn to 1328, we see that the questions asked also included a question under the heading Seeking Treatment. Do you see there, apart from any condition already disclosed, do you plan to seek medical advice, investigation or treatment for any other current health condition?
yes,
And the insured disclosed that she had been referred to have some blood tests in relation to mid-menstrual cycle bleeding, checking hormone, thyroid levels, etc. Do you see that?
yes,
Now, having listened to that call conducted by the iSelect representative, do you think that the insured was given sufficient time to consider and reflect upon each of the questions that she was asked in that call?
no,
No. You heard from that call the quick fire way the questions were put to the insured.
yes.
Now, in your view, is that a difficulty for insured, for people who are applying to receive an insurance policy that exists generally with the sale of underwritten policies by telephone?
I can't comment on that. Each underwriter is different.
Which, sorry?
Each tele-underwriter could do it differently.
I see. You don't have a view on that?
No, I don't have a view on it.
Now, on the day of the telephone interview, later in the day, the application form that had been completed by the iSelect representative in the course of the call was provided to the insured, and then it was submitted on that day to TAL.
That's right, yes.
And on the 9th of October 2013, TAL notified the insured that her application had been accepted.
That's right, yes.
But it was subject to a spinal exclusion as a result of a previous whiplash injury, which was disclosed by the insured in the telephone interview and which is recorded in this application form.
Yes,
Then on the 16th of December, the insured was diagnosed with cervical cancer.
yes,
And as I indicated earlier, she lodged a claim in January, on the 3rd of January.
yes,
And on the 7th of January, TAL completed an initial assessment of her claim and approved the claim.
that's right, yes.
The day before, TAL had completed an initial assessment and strategy document in which the case manager had said, now you deal with this in paragraph 55 of your statement, you extract what was said. At application, the insured disclosed that she had mid-cycle menstrual bleeding and was awaiting blood test results. It does not appear that the underwriter requested a copy of the insured's clinical notes. They have only obtained a spinal questionnaire, which was directed to the insured and not the GP. The insured has also provided her investigation results, which show that she had clear results and ultrasounds prior to policy application. We will need to investigate the full history to confirm there were no earlier abnormalities which were not disclosed. Suggests that we accept the claim at this stage. So that was the initial assessment that led to acceptance of the claim in January 2014.
That's correct, yes.
And over the next few months to May 2014, TAL made monthly payments to the insured of about $5,000.
Well, $5,000 per month, yes.
Yes, $5,000 per month.
Yes.
And throughout that period, while the claim was being paid, TAL conducted an investigation into the insured's medical history.
Yes.
Why did that happen?
Because it was an early claim, and so it's a standard process
A standard process, you say?
on early claims.
Now, you describe the circumstances in which that would happen in your statement as being circumstances that involved a general review of disclosures made at the time the policy was issued because the claim was within close proximity of the risk commencement date. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
But the review wasn't confined to disclosures that were relevant to the condition that was the subject of the claim, was it?
No, it wasn't.
Why not?
I don't know.
Should it have been?
Yes. But, yeah, generally though, they, when you call for Medicare records, you would get more information as well.
TAL didn't tell the insured that it was undertaking those investigations, did it?
No.
We saw in the case of the first insured that TAL had kept her notified because it wasn't paying the claim at that point. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
Why didn't TAL tell this insured that although it was paying the claim, it was investigating whether or not there was a basis to cease paying the claim?
The process had changed, and if there is an investigation, the claimants are not always informed because most of the time there's nothing that comes out of the investigations.
What's the current practice? Is an insured person to whom claims are being paid told if they are under investigation?
In some instances, yes, but in some instances they may still not be told.
When are they not told, Ms Van Eeden?
Often if there's a mental illness or some kind of illness that could cause distress. So it's the feeling at the moment is there's no point in distressing the claimant, especially if there's going to be nothing coming out of the investigation.
What about the distress that's caused if the result of that investigation is a decision to avoid the claim?
The process is how you engage with the claimant, you're right, across the time of the claim, during the period of the claim. So as soon as information does become apparent, we should have that conversation with the claimant, which didn't happen in this case.
But do you accept that TAL's failure to tell this insured that it was investigating the validity of her policy was unacceptable?
Yes,
and that it fell below community standards?
Yes.
Now, on the 30th of June 2014, the TAL Claims Decision Committee decided to avoid the policy on the grounds of non-disclosure.
That's right, yes.
And if we go to your Exhibit 89, TAL 500 020 2163, we see here a recommendation that was put to the Claims Decision Committee. Policy validity investigation was undertaken and clinical notes were referred for re-underwriting. Clinical notes indicated that the insured had pre-existing depression in 2007, 8 and 9. Based on the medical evidence obtained, underwriting would have declined cover due to the insured's prior history of depression. Based on the cervical spine exclusion and depression decline, the overall decision would have resulted in the application being declined. TAL would not have entered into a policy on any terms, therefore the recommendation is to avoid the policy based on the remedy in section 29(3) of the Insurance Contracts Act. So TAL cited the cervical spine exclusion and the alleged history of depression as the basis for saying that it wouldn't have offered any cover to the insured.
That's correct.
And it relied on those matters to avoid the insured's policy under which she was claiming for cervical cancer.
That's correct, yes.
And at the time that decision was made, in 2014, the Claims Decision Committee could decide to avoid a policy where the claimed condition was unrelated to the matter that was allegedly not disclosed. Is that right?
If the condition would have resulted in a policy not being issued.
Yes,
Right.
even if that condition was unrelated to the condition that was the subject of the claim.
That's correct, yes.
And since that time, has the situation changed?
No.
Has TAL put in place any further level of scrutiny in relation to decisions to avoid policies for non-disclosure of an unrelated condition?
Yes, yes.
What is that additional scrutiny?
I have to sign off on all of those cases, and the head of the legal team has to sign off on those claims.
Why was that change made?
To make sure that it only happens in the cases where there is real and true non-disclosure. So
Real-
the serious cases.
What are the serious cases, Ms Van Eeden?
Well, sometimes you do get non-disclosures that are advised, or people mislead at application stage, and there could be a valid reason for doing it.
So what are the serious cases that warrant the policy being avoided where there's a non-disclosure of an unrelated condition?
Do you want me to go into some examples?
Yes?
So you could have somebody that was not employed and actually have told us that they were employed. We've had people that are already receiving disability benefits. They take out insurance and tell us that they're working. And when the claim comes in, you actually find out that they are working.
So are we talking about fraudulent cases?
More fraudulent cases, yes.
And beyond fraudulent cases, is it appropriate to avoid a contract of insurance for non-disclosure
No.
of an unrelated condition?
No, we wouldn't do it unless it's fraudulent.
So an innocent non-disclosure of an unrelated condition ought never lead to avoidance of the claim.
I'm not the underwriter, so I can't tell you what they all base it on, but it shouldn't.
Well, I understood that you were the decision maker about
When-
whether or not this was to occur.
So when the information comes to us, yes, you're right. So I would...
You are the decision maker?
Yes, I am.
And you would not decide to avoid a policy on the basis of an innocent non-disclosure of an unrelated condition.
No, not innocent non-disclosure.
But that was what happened in this case?
This case, I would...
Now, the same day as the Claims Decision Committee decided to avoid the policy, the insured's case manager called the insured. You're
That's right.
familiar with that?
Yes, I am.
And the case manager told the insured that her policy would be voided from inception due to her failure to disclose an alleged history of depression. Have you listened to that phone call, Ms Van Eeden?
Yes, I have.
I want to play a short excerpt from that call, Commissioner. It's TAL 500 026 0221. B.
It is. Hi, calling from TAL Claims. Hi. Excuse me. Look, I'm just calling you today, unfortunately, in relation to some bad news. I'm not sure if I had advised you or not, but essentially, when you lodge a claim, we look into your past medical history to ensure that everything that was disclosed at application was correct.
Right.
So we've reviewed your medical history, and there's been evidence of a history of pre-existing depression throughout the years of 2007, 2008 and 2009.
Right.
Now, based on that prior history, we wouldn't have offered you a policy. So what the process is now, that's come back from our underwriting team who have indicated the decision. The decision's been reviewed by management here. And essentially what happens is we avoid your policy. Therefore, that being, we refund you all premiums from the from the start of when you took out cover, and it'll be as if the cover was never in force. So less any benefits that we've paid, that'll be taken into account also. and the policy's cancelled, unfortunately.
Wow.
Yeah, look, I'm sorry to obviously call you and give you this news, but if we had have been aware of your prior depression, then a cover wouldn't have been offered. So what the process is, I'll be sending you out a letter with the cheque for a refund of premium, and you have the option to dispute our decision. So if you feel that what our decision's been based on isn't true and correct, you have the option to write a letter to us and explain the situation, and that's reviewed by our internal complaints resolution team.
Wow, this is blowing my mind. I certainly didn't deliberately not disclose anything. And I'm sure, I do not believe that you would not have given me any policy at all. I'm sure it would have been like my whiplash, which I disclosed, and you just did a rider.
An exclusion on that, So that would have been the same. That exclusion would have still been applied, but the reason that it would have been declined due to the depression is that it's not just a once-off occurrence. It was something that you had ongoing for years prior to taking out cover. So was there any reason why you didn't disclose that on your application?
Because I so don't feel that I had an ongoing depressive issue.
Okay, sure.
That's not how I see my life.
Yeah.
So, no, absolutely. I disclosed everything that I remember.
Yeah, I know
my
you did make
family history.
The
fact that I smoked pot 20 years ago, I told everything.
Yeah.
And that made me really nervous, given that I'm a health practitioner, to mention smoking pot. But I had to do that because that's the truth.
Yeah.
So that's,
Well, look, as I said, you do have the option to dispute the decision. So what I'll do is I'll send you out a letter with the information and the basis of our decision and where we'd sourced the clinical notes from that indicate this history. Do you recall seeking treatment for depression in the past, or?
Oh, look, I remember going to my doctor and crying and being sad, sure. I would not call what I had as ongoing. And I try not to remember bad bits of my life, so clearly that did not come. I absolutely did not deliberately exclude something, so I'm stunned, shocked, and incredibly sad and distressed.
Ms Van Eeden, in your view, was that an appropriate way to communicate to the insured after her claim had been being paid for 5 months that her policy was now, without notice, going to be avoided and the payments would cease?
No.
It was likely to be very upsetting news to a self-employed person who was recovering from treatment for cervical cancer, wasn't it?
Yes. And
do you accept that the handling of this call demonstrates a lack of empathy towards the situation of the insured?
The case manager, I think, was empathetic, but I do think the process was inappropriate.
You say in your statement at paragraph 108, I do not believe there was sufficient empathy shown towards the insured, given the lack of notice to her that the claim was being investigated, the manner in which the unwelcome news that her benefits would cease was conveyed, and leaving her with the impression, which we didn't hear but was in a later part of the call, that she may need to refund the benefits already paid to her by TAL.
That's right. So it's the process was absolutely not appropriate.
And you accept that it demonstrates a lack of empathy?
In the process, yes.
And a lack of sensitivity?
In the process, yes.
To someone who was recovering from cervical cancer?
Yes.
And it was made worse by the fact that the case manager left her with the impression that she might also need to pay back the benefits that she'd been paid?
That's right, yes.
And you accept that the way that phone call was handled fell below the standards that the community would expect?
Yes.
You accept also that the way that call was conducted was part of a systemic deficiency within TAL, both in terms of insufficient empathy and in terms of keeping the customer informed?
A systemic?
Yes.
I don't know if I agree to systemic.
I'll direct you to paragraph 113 of your statement.
So there were deficiencies, yes.
Systemic deficiencies?
Yes, in terms of how these cases were handled.
Yes.
Yes.
In terms of communications with claimants?
On when their policies were voided.
Yes.
Yes.
And until this phone call, the insured hadn't known that her case was being investigated, so she wasn't given any opportunity to provide any information in relation to the alleged non-disclosure, was she?
No, she wasn't.
And you accept that that was also a systemic deficiency within TAL at the time?
At that time, yes.
TAL generally didn't give a policyholder an opportunity to provide information prior to their policy being avoided for a non-disclosure.
Not generally.
Why not?
It was not part of their process.
Should it have been, Ms Van Eeden?
Yes, and we have changed that.
Do you accept that the insured was not given any procedural fairness before this decision was made to avoid her policy?
Yes.
And TAL sent a formal letter to the insured a few days after the phone call in which the case manager reiterated that TAL considered that she had breached her duty of good faith to TAL. You recall that?
Yes, I do.
And you've exhibited that as Exhibit 81, TAL 001-001-0175. We see from that letter that TAL recited for the insured the mental health question and her response.
Yes.
And then set out 7 dot points relating to medical information that TAL said was not disclosed to it.
Yes.
And said that this information rendered her response to the mental health question inaccurate. Do you see that?
Yes.
And over the page, under the heading misrepresenting or failing to disclose relevant information, TAL said, in failing to correctly and completely provide your medical history in the application, you failed to disclose and or misrepresented your medical history, thereby breaching your duty of disclosure pursuant to Section 21 of the Insurance Contracts Act. We are also of the opinion that you also breached your duty of good faith as set out under Section 13 of the Act. As such, pursuant to Section 29(3), TAL hereby avoids the policy from inception on the basis that had the non-disclosure and or misrepresentation not occurred, TAL would not have entered into a policy.
Yes, that's correct.
Does TAL now accept that it was not appropriate to have informed the insured in this letter that she had breached her duty of good faith?
Yes.
Why was that inappropriate, Ms Van Eeden?
Because they could not actually state that she had done it intentionally.
Mm-hmm. They hadn't even given her an opportunity to defend herself, had they?
No.
In your statement, you tell us that a review of TAL's communications took place around the middle of last year.
That's right, yes.
But prior to that time, when claims were declined for non-disclosure, did the communication to the policyholder generally include a statement that TAL was of the opinion that there'd been a breach by the insured of the duty of good faith?
Yes.
Was this in itself, this form of communication, Ms Van Eeden, a breach of TAL's duty to act with utmost good faith towards the insured?
Yes.
There would have been many cases of innocent non-disclosure in which this allegation was made, which would have been very unfair to the policyholder, wouldn't there?
That's right, yes.
And you say that following your review of communications, a decision was made to cease that practice.
Yes.
And you say that TAL is continuing to implement that decision.
Yes.
So TAL has not fully eradicated this practice?
So we've changed all our letters. However, sometimes you always get one that might slip out, but we're trying to make sure that it never ever happens. So at this stage, I did not want to say 100%, but 99.9%.
Back to the letter to the insured, we see at 0176, if we pan back, that TAL also reserved, do you see at this stage, about 2/3 of the way down the page, TAL reserved the right to seek repayment of the benefits from the insured.
Yes.
And under the heading benefits paid under your claim, we see that TAL said, as we would have not offered a policy on any terms, you were not eligible for any benefit payments made under the policy. As such, we are entitled to recover any benefit payments made to you. In this instance, we are prepared to refund all of the premiums that you have paid, minus any premiums already refunded. We have listed these amounts below, and the amount to be recovered was $24,649.
That's correct, yes.
Now, TAL also took this position in other correspondence that it sent to the insured. Have you seen that?
Yes, I have.
And in your statement, you accept that it was inappropriate for TAL to have left the insured with the impression that she would need to refund the benefits that already had been paid to her.
That's correct, yes.
You accept that that fell below community standards?
Yes, I did.
And what is TAL's practice in this respect now?
We do not get the request the claimant to pay the money back.
And when was that change to practice made?
It's been in since before I came, so I would think 2017. I don't know.
Sometime last year.
Yeah, I would think. I don't have a date.
Now, can I take you back into the handling of this claim? This letter to the insured was July 2014. Now, in March 2015, about 9 months after the decision to avoid the policy, did Brett Clark become involved in the insured's file?
Yes, he did.
And he was at that time the Deputy Group CEO at TAL?
Yes.
And what is his position now?
CEO of TAL.
The CEO of TAL. How did Mr. Clark become involved in this file?
Somebody from the PAIC contacted him.
All right. Could we have a look at TAL 001 002 0257? Now, if we turn to 0259, we see an email in the second half of the page entitled Inquiry from Ralph Pliner, TAL Director. Do you see that?
Yes, I did.
And this is an email from Mr. Clark to Mary Maney. Was she your predecessor?
Yes, she was.
And Kathy Deloy. Who was Kathy Deloy?
I don't know who Kathy was.
Mr. Clark said, I've had a couple of conversations with Ralph about a claim that he had described to him. It involves an income protection claimant who has had a claim denied which may be cancer related. There is a view from Ralph that the way the claim has been described to him, that the insurer is being heavy-handed. The Public Interest Advocacy Centre, Ralph is the chair, are involved in the claim dispute. Ralph is unable to provide too much information, but he asked me if it was a TAL claim. I said I would check, but with limited information, it would be difficult to track it down. If this note triggers any claim files you are aware of, please let me know. Now, it related to this file, didn't it?
After
Ms. Van Eeden?
After investigation, yes.
Yes, it was
Yes.
this insured's case that
Yes.
had been raised by Mr. Pliner with Mr. Clark.
That's right, yes.
And he became involved because he was concerned that TAL was acting in a way that was heavy-handed.
That's right, yes.
Do you agree with that characterisation of the way that TAL handled this claim?
I think it was inappropriate. I don't know whether it was heavy-handed. I can't comment, but it was inappropriate.
Why don't you know that, Ms Van Eeden?
The heavy-handed, I
Yes,
can't
I'm
comment
asking
on.
for your view on whether, from what you've seen in the handling of this claim, TAL handled it in a heavy-handed way.
I think the communication with the claimant was inappropriate in the way that it was done.
You don't accept it was heavy-handed?
I don't want to comment on it.
Well, that's not the way the system works. What's your view? Was it or was it not heavy-handed?
I think it was heavy-handed and inappropriate.
Now, Mr Clark indicated that he wanted a briefing note on the matter, didn't he?
Yes.
All right. Now, I'll tender first this email chain.
What are we doing about the audio of the phone call, Ms Orr?
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner. We do need to tender that. I apologise.
Exhibit 6.204 will be audio of phone call to insured TAL 500 026 0221B. Emails March 15 to and from Brett Clark concerning insured's claim TAL 001 002 0257, Exhibit 6.205.
So Mr Clark asked for a briefing note. Now could I ask you to look at TAL 500 022 0017. We can see that after reviewing that briefing note, in the email at the top of the page, Mr Clark said to Mary Maney, your predecessor, thanks Mary, this is tricky. The application and claim events are quite separate. We would have declined the application if accurate disclosures had been made. That is technically correct. We do need to be mindful of the bigger picture in this case, and that is not straightforward either, as you say. Now, what do you think Mr Clark meant by needing to be mindful of the bigger picture here?
I've got no idea.
Well, do you think the bigger picture was that it was deeply unfair to be relying upon an alleged non-disclosure that was completely unrelated to the claim that was being made?
I cannot comment on what Brett meant in his email.
Or is it possible that the bigger picture was that TAL didn't want to disappoint one of its directors who was also involved with PIAC?
I've got no idea.
You don't know?
No, I don't know.
I'll tender that email communication, Commissioner.
Email 17 March 15 concerning briefing note to and from Brett Clark, TAL 500 022 0017, Exhibit 6.206.
Could I ask that you look at TAL 001 002 0238? Now, this is an email from Joanna Kalouche, External Dispute Resolution Manager, to another EDR manager at TAL, Francis Furler, and Mr Dobbin, who we saw from the previous insured's case was also part of the External Dispute Resolution team. It's from March 2015, and Ms Kalouche says, when referring to this insured's matter, middle of the email, the thing with this matter is that it came to light that a TAL director who is on the board for the Public Interest Advocacy Centre, PIAC, has raised concerns over the handling of the claim due to the insured's diagnosis of cervical cancer. Initially, we weren't aware, I don't think, that she was being represented by PIAC, but when FOS forwarded the material below, there were letters from PIAC to FOS. I'm not sure at this stage whether this has changed TAL's position. Now, why would the discovery that the insured was being represented by PIAC have changed TAL's position?
It should not have.
Right, I'll tender that email, Commissioner.
Email from EDR Manager 20 March 15, TAL 001 002 0238, Exhibit 6.207.
Now, I want to ask you, Ms Van Eeden, about TAL's conduct prior to the conciliation conference that I mentioned earlier was held in FOS. between June 2014 and March 2015, TAL's concerns around non-disclosure related to the non-disclosure of the alleged pre-existing depression. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
But in mid-March 2015, TAL also began considering whether there was a separate non-disclosure issue.
That's right, yes.
And that issue related to the insured having experienced some symptoms which may have been indicative of cervical cancer prior to applying for the policy.
That's correct, yes.
But you'll recall that the insured disclosed when applying for the policy that she was undertaking some blood tests in connection with some gynecological issues that she'd been experiencing.
That's correct, yes.
But TAL began a further investigation into those disclosures, and I want to put it to you that that happened because it wanted to find a basis on which the insured's contract could be avoided that was directly related to the claimed condition, and moved away from the concerns that were being expressed in the emails we've just looked at about the fact that the non-disclosure related to an unrelated condition.
That's how it appears, yes.
You agree with that?
Yes.
And TAL decided to get a retrospective underwriting opinion on this issue in March 2015, many, many months after it had avoided the policy on the basis of the non-disclosure of depression.
That's right, yes.
And if we go to TAL 500 0200200, we see in the email at the middle of the page, which is an email from your predecessor, Mary Maney, General Manager of Claims, to Mr Kay, who we saw in the first insured's case. Can you remind us what his position was?
He was a team manager.
And Emlyn Pugh. Can you remind us who Emlyn Pugh was?
At that stage, he was the head of retail.
So a few days after getting the retrospective underwriting opinion, Mary Maney, the General Manager of Claims, said to the Retail Claims Manager, "Let's discuss, as I can't help feeling that we are now trying to make retrospective decisions when the facts at the time were different. Just a healthy challenge." You see that?
Yes, I do.
So the retrospective underwriting opinion had come in, but your predecessor was worried that this was about making retrospective decisions when the facts at the time were different. What do you interpret her as meaning by that?
I think that she feels as well that additional information has been added, I think, reading her email.
Additional information added where?
So taking into account the new medical information that wasn't taken into account from the first retrospective underwriting.
And she's expressing concern about that.
And she's expressing concern about that.
And I'll tender that email.
Emails turned from General Manager Claims, March 2015, TAL 500 0200200, Exhibit 6.208.
On the same day as that email, the 23rd of March, there's an email at the top of the page from the 23rd of March. The Claims Decision Committee considered the additional point and said, upon review, additional medical evidence information has come to light. The insured had recent deteriorating weight loss, mood change and fatigue. Underwriting would have declined based on this. TAL would not have entered into a policy on any terms, therefore the recommendation is to maintain the decision to avoid the policy based on the remedy in section 29(3) of the Insurance Contracts Act. We know that from paragraph 93 of your witness statement.
Yes.
You recall that?
Yes.
And the Claims Decision Committee formalised its decision the following day?
Yes.
But despite that, TAL waited for 2 weeks until the day before the FOS conciliation conference to communicate that it would be also supporting its position, its avoidance of the policy, on this new additional basis.
Yes, but I think reading the file, the dates changed a lot on the conciliation meeting. There were a number of changes to the dates.
I see.
But
So-
it's still very late to provide the information.
It was very late, given
Yeah.
when it had been received, wasn't it?
That's right, yes.
And did TAL do that, keep that information until that time because it wanted to use the information to its strategic advantage in the conciliation conference?
I don't know.
You don't know? It was part of a broader pattern of delay in the dealings with FOS in this matter, wasn't it?
Yes.
And following that FOS conciliation conference, as I indicated earlier, TAL and the insured settled the complaint.
That's right, yes.
And under the terms of settlement, TAL waived its right to recover the $25,000 that had already been paid under the policy and paid the insured a further $25,000.
That's right, yes.
And the additional $25,000 was substantially less than what the insured would have received from TAL by that time if she'd continued to be on claim.
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
No, because she would have been on claim until this date, which would have been for the 5,000 for the 10 months.
Well, could I ask that
Would
you
it have
look...
been much less?
I'm sorry?
I don't think it would have been much less.
Could I ask that you look at TAL 500 020 0200?
Is that in my statement? Or?
No, it's not. It's the email, I think, that we still have on the screen. Yes, it is. Now, if we go to the bottom of the page, we see, and perhaps we could bring up the second page as well so that you can see that this is an email from John Kay to Mary Maney. And he tells Mary Maney as of the 20th of March 2015 that to bring the policy benefit up to date would amount to $45,000.
Okay, yeah, I see that.
That's in addition to the $25,000 that was already paid.
I thought that included the $25,000 that had already been paid.
Why do you say that, Ms Van Eeden?
I thought she'd only been on claim for 9 months and 5,000 per month for the 9 months. Is 45,000,
I see.
if I remember correctly.
Well, we see from the internal communications that have been provided that the General Manager of Claims, Mary Maney, regarded this FOS outcome as a great outcome. Have you seen those communications?
Yes, I have.
And upon receiving notification that TAL had closed the file, Mr Kay, the Retail Claims Manager, said to the Case Manager, "Happy to close that one down," to which the Case Manager responded, "That's one success from FOS." You've seen those communications?
Yes, I have.
Do you have any observations to make about those communications?
It's not appropriate.
In your statement, you described the outcome for the insured as a fair and balanced outcome,
Yes.
unlike your colleagues who were in charge of the file at the time, who characterised it as a great outcome.
No, I don't think. I think it's fair. It was
You
just
think it's fair? All right. Now, can I move Ms Van Eeden to asking you some questions about the third statement that you provided? And as I indicated to you yesterday, that statement has not been tendered because the person to whom it relates doesn't wish to have the details of their case examined in these hearings. But in your statement about that person's case, you admitted that TAL's claims handling conduct fell below community standards and expectations in a number of ways. And I want to ask you some questions about those admissions.
Okay. I don't have. You'll put them up on the screen because I don't have. them in
I
front
won't
of
put
me.
that up on the screen. We'll need you to have a copy of your statement there.
Could I please have a copy of my statement?
I think a copy's about to be made available.
Yes, certainly.
Thank you.
Now, as with the first insured, TAL admits that there were significant difficulties with the behaviour of the case manager in this case. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I do.
and more specifically, the Claims Decision Committee had made a determination to avoid the policy, and before that decision was communicated to the insured, the case manager added in some additional grounds for avoidance, namely alleged non-disclosure of a mental health condition. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
And alleged non-disclosure of a physical condition.
That's right.
And the case manager appears to have added in this information based on the contents of an underwriting opinion, but that underwriting opinion was inconsistent with the decision of the Claims Decision Committee. Do you accept that?
Yes. I don't have all the information in front of me. So
Well, perhaps
I'm just
if
going on
you
the
direct
back.
your attention to 156, subparagraph A of your statement, Ms Van Eeden.
Yes.
Do you accept that proposition, that the information was added in based on the contents of the underwriting opinion, but the underwriting opinion was inconsistent with the decision of the Claims Decision Committee?
That's right, yes.
And the case manager then communicated the content of the underwriting opinion rather than the decision of the Claims Decision Committee to the insured?
That's right, yes.
And that should not have occurred?
No, that should not have occurred.
And you attribute that in your statement to a lack of rigour by the case manager?
Yes.
So you assume that the conduct was not deliberate?
I assume it was not deliberate.
And on what basis do you make that assumption?
Just looking at all the information on the file. It's the only assumption I could make.
You also attribute the conduct to a lack of oversight by a more senior case manager
Yes.
or a team leader?
Yes.
So much like the situation with the first insured, there was a failure by TAL to step in when a case manager was behaving inappropriately?
In this instance, yes.
In this instance, this is another instance, isn't it, Ms Van Eeden?
Yes.
Another indication that there was insufficient oversight of the behaviour of case managers within TAL.
Yes.
And after TAL told the insured that her policy would be avoided, she applied for TAL's decision to be internally reviewed.
That's right, yes.
And after that internal review, the file went back to the original case manager.
Yes, it did.
And the case manager did not confine herself to conducting a review in accordance with the recommendations arising from the internal dispute resolution process.
That's right.
She decided to undertake a review that extended beyond that recommendation and undertook her own further inquiries.
That's right.
And in the statement that you've prepared, you say that TAL can't establish what caused that to occur.
No.
It looks quite similar, does it not, to what we saw from a different case manager in the case of the first insured.
Yes, it does.
And TAL accepts that both of those matters, the communication of information that was inconsistent with the Claims Decision Committee's decision and the failure to conduct a review in accordance with the IDR team's recommendations, are matters that fell below what the community would expect.
Yes.
And TAL has since recognised that it's appropriate to change what you describe as its controls and risk management on disputed claims, so that decisions from the IDR team are not remitted back to the original case manager, but rather to a case manager who hasn't been involved in the claim before.
Yes.
When did TAL change that practice?
That practice is in the process of being changed, so it's relatively new.
It hasn't yet been changed.
It's changed on some cases, but it's not on all cases at the moment. We're busy employing a claims compliance person to make sure that it's consistent across all cases.
In paragraph 173 of your statement, you say, today decisions from the IDR team are no longer remitted to the original claims manager, but rather to a claims manager not previously involved in the claim.
Yes.
Is that not quite accurate,
No,
Ms Van Eeden?
that's what's happening, but what I want to do is actually cement it further in the business, that it's totally independent, and we're employing a claims specialist that will be involved in these cases going forward. So we're going to remove it out of the team even further.
So there's not yet total independence.
Well, it doesn't go to the same claims manager anymore, but I want to remove it even further than that,
And why do you want to do that, Ms Van Eeden?
to make sure that I've got total independence.
And you
obviously.
accept that there has not been independence in the past.
That's right, yes.
And you accept that remitting a decision of the internal dispute resolution body to the person who has been found by them to have engaged in poor conduct in the first place was an inappropriate process
Yes,
that's likely to have led to poor customer outcomes.
it could have led, yes.
Now, this presents a similar issue to one we discussed yesterday, which related to TAL permitting the claims managers to sit on the claims decision committee
That's
in
right.
circumstances where they'd been the one that referred the matter to that committee.
That's right.
So those two matters, I want to suggest to you, show that TAL has permitted a number of systemic conflicts of interest to persist within its processes for a significant period of time.
It's a process that was followed. Most of the time it worked. So I don't know if
How
it
do
was
you know
systemic.
that, Ms Van Eeden? How can you possibly know that?
Well, I would think in terms of the valid claims that are played and the number of disputes that we get, I would hope the process is working. But as a result of the Royal Commission and what I have seen in these cases, I am going to be reviewing all of the past claims.
All of the...
past claims that we have declined for non-disclosure, just to make sure that the appropriate processes have been
So
followed.
precisely which claims are you going to be reviewing?
All the-
Declined claims,
As a result of non-disclosure, so all the ones that
any
have been
form of non-disclosure?
Yes.
Over what period?
Going back to 2013, the period of these claims.
And when do you anticipate that review will be complete?
As soon as I get back into the office, I will be starting it.
All right. Well, coming back to the third insured person, you accept in your statement that against the backdrop of the case manager having communicated inconsistent information, inconsistent to the claims decision committee's decision, and her failure to conduct a review in accordance with the IDR team's recommendations, the decision to defend that insured's matter at FOS was also a decision that fell below community standards and expectations.
Yes,
And you say that TAL should have accepted the view of its IDR team, which would have led to the insured's policy being reinstated subject to some immaterial exclusions.
subject to exclusions, yes.
In your statement, you say that TAL became aware of the matters canvassed in the IDR review and the EDR process, culminating in the FOS review and determination progressively as they occurred. That's paragraph 167 of your statement.
Yes,
But as in the case of the first insured, TAL did nothing to stop the inappropriate action at the time.
I wasn't aware of this at the time.
Well, someone was, because you've explained that these were matters that TAL became aware of progressively as they occurred.
And they were changed. That's why the teams were moved out, the IDR and EDR teams were moved into legal.
As a result of this particular case.
Well, as a result of the process. They just wanted to make sure that the process was a solid process going forward.
But do you accept my proposition that despite these problems being drawn to the attention of people within the organisation as they emerged, no one did anything to stop the inappropriate approach to this insured's claim?
No,
You accept that proposition?
yes.
Was TAL just relieved, as it appears to have been in the other two cases, to have found a basis to avoid paying out the insured's policy?
I don't think relieved is the word, but there is a basis not to pay. I don't know if they were relieved to find a way.
What do you think they were, Ms Van Eeden?
I think it was just part of their processes at that stage.
I'm sorry, I don't understand that answer.
Well, relieved makes me feel like I'm happy to decline a claim, and I'm never happy to decline a claim. So I would not use the word relieved.
I see. Before I leave the topic of this particular case manager, you acknowledge that the way in which the claim was managed by the case manager reflected a rigid approach to the collection of information, which led to protracted assessment times.
That's right, yes.
Which again fell below community standards.
That's right, yes.
And more broadly, as with the case of the second insured, you admit that the way TAL communicated its decision to avoid the policy fell below community standards.
That's right, yes.
In this case, for 11 months, TAL had been making payments to the insured and had been arranging rehabilitation support for her.
That's right, yes.
And without prior notice, TAL told her that it was going to avoid the policy for non-disclosure.
That's right.
And you accept that the claim should have been handled with greater sensitivity and empathy.
Absolutely.
And you accept that the failure to give her notice of the adverse decision was part of the general processes.
Yes.
Which you've told us this morning have now changed.
That's
Is
right.
that right?
That's right, yes.
But prior to those changes, those processes, I want to put to you, detrimentally affected a number of TAL claimants.
Potentially, yes.
And you also accept that there was no internally consistent approach when investigating claims that were made in close proximity to policy inception?
At that stage, yes. It
And
has now
TAL
changed.
should have had a structured and targeted approach to the collection of information.
Yes.
But it didn't do so, it didn't start doing so until September 2016, when a guideline was introduced in anticipation of the Life Insurance Code of Practice coming into effect.
That's right, yes.
All right. Now, to finish off, Ms Van Eeden, I want to ask you about some of the themes that were common across all three of these cases. I want to start with the conduct of the case managers involved in those cases. You accept that their conduct in the first and third cases was inappropriate.
Yes.
You accept that the approach taken by the principal case manager in the first case was to seek to avoid paying the claim, and this led to conduct that breached TAL's duty of utmost good faith.
Yes.
And conduct that breached professional standards and conduct that was misleading.
Yes.
In respect of the case manager in the third case, you accept that there were at least 2 points in time when the case manager acted against the advice or direction of other teams within TAL. On the first occasion, the Claims Decision Committee, and on the second occasion, the Internal Dispute Resolution Team.
Yes.
And in both instances, you accept that there was a lack of oversight over the claims managers.
That's right, yes.
And in both instances, you also accept that there were numerous TAL employees and committees that were broadly aware of what was going on and that they failed to step in to prevent the poor conduct.
Yes.
That was because the culture in TAL, as I put to you earlier, encouraged and supported active attempts to find reasons not to pay out claims.
I can't comment on that. Sorry, no. I don't know the culture, but reading to this, there was definitely not an appropriate way to manage claims.
And do you accept that we see so many problems with so many people involved over such a lengthy period of time that it is quite telling as to TAL's culture?
Yes.
Turning next to the conduct of TAL in relation to the external dispute resolution body, you accept that in the first case and the third case, TAL continued to defend those matters when it shouldn't have done so?
Yes.
And in the case of the first insured, TAL failed to accept FOS recommendations on 2 occasions when it should have done so?
Yes.
And in the case of the first insured, TAL had gone against FOS's specific directions in a number of respects, including by requiring the insured to repay premiums that had earlier been refunded before it would assess the claim.
Yes.
In relation to internal dispute resolution processes, do you accept that in the case of the first and the third insured, those processes were ineffective?
Yes.
And in the case of the first insured, you accept that the review conducted by the internal dispute resolution team didn't seriously engage with the complaint.
Yes.
In the case of the third insured, the case manager had complete disregard for the IDR team's recommendations.
Yes.
Now, you accepted yesterday that the medical reports that TAL called in this earlier period extended well beyond medical reports that were relevant to the claimed condition and included all sorts of irrelevant medical information.
Yes.
And that information was brought in to see whether a policy could be avoided on the basis of non-disclosure.
They invested non-disclosure, yes.
And you told the Commission that practice existed, you said yesterday, until about 2012 or 2013.
I'm not 100% sure of the dates, but I think it's the right date. I think it's about the right date.
Well, we
I
saw
think it was
that.
a bit later. No, it was later than
Yes,
that.
well, we
Yes.
saw from the
was
handling of
later
the
than
second
that.
insured's complaint today that TAL took a very similar approach at that time. Do you agree with that?
That's right, yes.
In 2014?
Yeah.
And do you agree that TAL took a similar approach in 2015 and 16 in the case of the third insured?
Yes.
Each insured was designated with what TAL now calls a general review, weren't they? A general review to bring information in.
Yes, but the general review now is very specific. We've done a lot of training to the staff in terms of IMEs, and we've also changed our approach to them as well. So up until last year, the medical officer had to sign off on everyone that we needed, and now we've provided training to the claims teams as well in terms of that, as per my statement.
I want to put to you finally, Ms Van Eeden, that what we see when we look at all three claims and the way they were handled is that there have been serious systemic issues with claims handling within TAL for many years. Do you accept that?
I don't know if it's systemic. I think in certain practices, yes. In terms of some of the processes, yes.
You don't accept that there have been serious systemic issues with claims handling within TAL?
I think it's only relative to certain types of claims, and I wouldn't put it to all claims.
Which claims would you put it to, Ms Van Eeden?
It seems to be claims when there was some kind of anticipated non-disclosure, but I can't say that it's systemic across all of them without doing the review that I have planned.
How can we be sure that the issues that these three cases have revealed, whether or not you accept them as systemic, have been addressed and resolved by TAL?
That's going to be part of my audit process. I'm going to be reviewing all of them, and if there is anything, we will rectify that.
I have no further questions, Commissioner.
Give us all. Yes, Mr. Bowman?
No re-examination, thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Ms Van Eeden. You may step down. Yes, Ms Orr.
Commissioner, in the course of this last case study, we've looked at surveillance practices used by insurers to monitor the activities of claimants. We sought information and data from the 10 life insurers about their surveillance practices from the 1st of July 2013 to the 30th of June this year. Some of that information and data was provided as part of the general claims handling statements that we tendered on Wednesday, and we sought more specific information about some entities' surveillance practices in statements which have not yet been tendered. We want to say something about the statements, and before we do, we make some general observations about the data provided by them. The data indicates that throughout the relevant period of the last 5 years, insurers more regularly engaged in surveillance activities in connection with mental health claims than in connection with physical health claims. Of the 10 entities from which the Commission sought statements, surveillance activities occurred in mental health claims more than twice as frequently as in physical claims. surveillance activities were undertaken in an average of 1.29% of physical claims and 3.9% of mental health claims throughout the 5-year period. The data obtained by the Commission indicates that since the 1st of July 2016, the number of claims in which surveillance has been used has decreased significantly. This is likely due to the influence of the Life Insurance Code of Practice, which was released in October 2016 and became binding on subscribers on the 30th of June last year. Under Clause 8.12 of the Code, insurers are obliged to utilise alternative methods of verifying information before arranging surveillance. Surveillance may be arranged only when there is a reasonable belief that a claim appears to be inconsistent with the available information and the reasons are documented. Requests for surveillance must be internally reviewed and approved by a senior claims manager. Surveillance is not to be conducted in any court or other judicial facility, in any medical or health facility, in any bathroom, change room, lactation room, or inside a claimant's house. Investigators must avoid filming people who are not the claimant. Surveillance must be discontinued where there is evidence from an independent medical examiner that is negatively impacting the claimant's recovery. And surveillance investigators must not communicate with the claimant's neighbours or work colleagues in ways which may reveal that surveillance is being, will be, or has been conducted. Between the 1st of July 2016 and the 30th of July this year, surveillance activities occurred in an average of 0.39% of physical claims and 0.66% of mental health claims. During this period, MetLife and Zurich did not engage in any surveillance with respect to mental health claims, and AMP, MLC and Suncorp each referred only one mental health claim to surveillance. We want to say something about each of the statements provided to the Commission. AIA provided a statement from Mr. Michael Thornton, the Chief Risk Officer of AIA, which is Exhibit 6.124. Over the last 5 years, AIA engaged in surveillance activities in 0.69% of physical health claims and 1.04% of mental health claims. In the 2014, 15 and 16 financial years, AIA engaged in surveillance activities in 1.11% of physical health claims and 1.7% of mental health claims. In 2017, AIA adopted a policy that specifies that for mental health claims, surveillance may only be used if the claimant is claiming for a benefit because they are unable to work, and AIA has information that indicates that the claimant is working or is able to work. AIA may not use surveillance to verify a claimant's mental health condition. Following this development, in the 2017 and 18 financial years, AIA engaged in surveillance activities in 0.1% of physical health claims and 0.17% of mental health claims. AMP Life Limited provided a statement from Ms Megan Beer, Managing Director, which is Exhibit 6.135. Over the last 5 years, AMP used surveillance in 0.77% of physical health claims and 2.98% of mental health claims. AMP's use of surveillance significantly decreased in the 2017 financial year. In the 2014, 15 and 16 financial years, AMP engaged in surveillance in 1.16% of physical health claims and 5.08% of mental health claims. In contrast, in 2017 and 18, it engaged in surveillance in 0.1% of physical claims and 0.05% of mental health claims. BT Financial Group, as you've heard, offers life and income protection insurance through Westpac Life Insurance Services Limited. we received a statement from Ms Susan Horton, General Manager of Insurance at BT Financial Group, which is Exhibit 6.128. Over the last 5 years, Westpac used surveillance in 1.7% of physical health claims and surveillance activity in 5.38% of mental health claims. Prior to the implementation of the code, Westpac's life insurance claims philosophy required requests for surveillance to be approved by a senior employee and to set out clear reasons for why surveillance was appropriate and necessary. Between the 1st of July 2013 and the 30th of June 2016, Westpac conducted surveillance activity in respect of 2.96% of physical health claims and 9.1% of mental health claims. Following the implementation of the code, Westpac implemented a code guide which requires surveillance to be used in exceptional circumstances and to not be considered unless there is a specific trigger to do so. This includes where there is inconsistent evidence of earnings or financial activity and determination of the customer's position cannot be made by other means. Between the 1st of July 2016 and the 30th of June 2018, use of surveillance activity dropped to 0.39% of physical health claims and 1.72% of mental health claims. CMLA provided a statement from Helen Troop, the Executive Manager of ComInsure, which is Exhibit 6.137. Over the last 5 years, surveillance was used by CMLA in 0.92% of physical claims and in 4.39% of mental health claims. Between the 1st of July 2013 and the 30th of June 2016, CMLA used surveillance in 1.3% of physical claims and 7% of mental health claims. Between the 1st of July 2016 and the 30th of June this year, the use of surveillance dropped to 0.23% of physical health claims and 0.71% of mental health claims. MLC provided a statement from Natalie Cameron, MLC's Chief Claims Officer, which is Exhibit 6.126. Over the last 5 years, MLC used surveillance in 0.75% of physical health claims and 1.54% of mental health claims. In the 2014, 15 and 16 financial years, MLC used surveillance in 1.17% of physical health claims and 2.58% of mental health claims. In the 2017 and 18 financial years, surveillance use dropped to 0.15% of physical health claims and 0.08% of mental health claims. MetLife provided 2 statements to the Commission that address the use of surveillance. A statement of Mr Mark Rabiger, Chief Claims Officer, which is Exhibit 6.132, and a further statement of Mr Rabiger, which I will tender, dated the 28th of August 2018.
That statement will become Exhibit 6.209.
In our opening address, we explained that MetLife acknowledged in its submission to the Commission that it had engaged in conduct that fell below community standards and expectations in relation to claims handling processes for claimants with mental health conditions, including through the use of surveillance. In his second statement to the Commission, Mr Rabiger admitted that MetLife had engaged in misconduct through the actions of one of its surveillance operatives in June 2012. In 2016, a court found that the actions of this surveillance operative contravened provisions of the Surveillance Devices Act 2007 of New South Wales. Mr Rabiger told the Commission that MetLife otherwise did not consider that it or any third party engaged on its behalf had engaged in misconduct, as the use of surveillance is not legally prohibited and can be, and legitimately is, used by insurers as an investigative tool. However, Mr Rabiger did acknowledge that for activities undertaken from the 1st of January 2013 until July 2016, the routine use of surveillance was not appropriate in all circumstances, and in some cases may have resulted in MetLife or a third party engaging in conduct that fell below community standards and expectations. MetLife told the Commission that over the last 5 years, 9 complaints relating to surveillance activities had been received, 8 of which came from complainants whose claim was for a mental health condition. MetLife told the Commission that over the last 5 years it used surveillance in 0.46% of physical health claims and 1.07% of mental health claims. In the 2014, 15 and 16 financial years, MetLife engaged in surveillance activity in 0.73% of physical health claims and 1.66% of mental health claims. MetLife told the Commission that it implemented new surveillance policies and procedures in July 2016, under which surveillance may occur only in exceptional circumstances and after approval by the Chief Operating Officer. MetLife's surveillance policy provides that surveillance is not to be used in the assessment of a claim where diagnosed mental illness is known to be a factor in the claim. In the 2017 and 18 financial years, MetLife did not engage in any surveillance activity. OnePath provided a statement from Mr Gerard Kerr, the Head of Life Insurance at ANZ Wealth Australia, which is Exhibit 6.133. Over the last 5 years, OnePath used surveillance in 1.42% of physical health claims and 3.85% of mental health claims. In the 2014, 15 and 16 financial years, OnePath engaged in surveillance activity in 1.39% of physical health claims and 4.3% of mental health claims. Of all of the entities that provided data to the Commission regarding their surveillance activities, OnePath most frequently undertook surveillance activities both for physical and mental health claims in the 2017 and 18 financial years. During this period, OnePath conducted surveillance in 1.48% of physical health claims and 3.2% of mental health claims. We turn to Suncorp. The Commission received 2 statements from Suncorp in respect of its surveillance processes. The statement of Mr Christopher McHugh, Executive Manager of Life Claims in the Personal Injury Claims Division of Suncorp, which is Exhibit 6.134, and the statement of Mr Andrew Morrison, Executive Manager Life Claims in the Personal Injury Claims Division. Suncorp accepted that there were isolated instances where it or an investigator acting on its behalf had engaged in conduct which may have fallen below community standards and expectations in relation to the use of surveillance. These included an investigator causing a policyholder distress by driving his car erratically in order to follow the policyholder, instances of investigators falsely denying that they were investigating a policyholder after being asked by the policyholder whether they were doing so, and an investigator accepting a surveillance engagement despite personally knowing the policyholder. Suncorp also accepted that there were 2 occasions where it elected to recommence surveillance of a policyholder in circumstances where the policyholder had notified Suncorp that surveillance was causing them distress or was otherwise adversely affecting their mental health. Suncorp stated that this conduct was allowed to occur and was not properly internally investigated because Suncorp had insufficiently robust procedures governing surveillance activities at this time. Suncorp also recognised that under its policies and procedures at the time, the relevant conduct was not prohibited. Over the last 5 years, Suncorp Life used surveillance in 4.03% of physical health claims and 11.27% of mental health claims. This was the highest level of surveillance across both physical and mental health claims of all the 10 insurers over the 5-year period. In the 2014, 15 and 16 financial years, Suncorp Life used surveillance in 5.84% of physical health claims and 17.2% of mental health claims. This was the highest level of surveillance across both physical and mental health claims of all the 10 insurers over the 3-year period prior to the introduction of the Life Insurance Code of Practice. Suncorp implemented revised surveillance policies in December 2016 and has used surveillance significantly less frequently since this time. In the 2017 and 18 financial years, Suncorp used surveillance in 0.84% of physical health claims and in 0.19% of mental health claims. Commissioner, I tender the statement of Andrew Morrison, dated the 3rd of September 2018.
That statement becomes Exhibit 6.210.
We turn to TAL. In addition to the statements provided by Ms Van Eeden relating to the individuals whose circumstances we've examined, TAL provided a statement from Mr Justin Delaney, Chief Operating Officer, which is Exhibit 6.123. Over the last 5 years, TAL used surveillance in 0.62% of physical health claims and in 1.61% of mental health claims. In the 2014, 15 and 16 financial years, TAL used surveillance in 0.95% of physical health claims and 2.51% of mental health claims. TAL told the Commission that it had introduced a new surveillance guideline in November 2016, which contains some restrictions upon approval for surveillance activities. The guideline also provides that surveillance may only be requested when deemed absolutely necessary to progress the claim, and that it must be discontinued if TAL receives evidence from a doctor or specialist that it is negatively impacting the customer's recovery. In the 2017 and 18 financial years, TAL used surveillance in 0.2% of physical health claims and 0.42% of mental health claims. The final entity from which the Commission received a statement was Zurich. Zurich provided a statement from Mr Sharif Hamza, Zurich's Head of Claims, Life and Investments, which is Exhibit 6.130. Over the last 5 years, Zurich used surveillance in 1.26% of physical health claims and 5.39% of mental health claims. Between the 1st of July 2013 and the 30th of June 2016, Zurich used surveillance in 2.42% of physical health claims and 11.37% of mental health claims. In the 2017 and 18 financial years, Zurich used surveillance in 0.35% of physical health claims and, as I've already indicated, did not engage in surveillance in any of its mental health claims. Commissioner, that concludes what we want to say about surveillance. Could I also, Commissioner, provide you with the document ID for the outline of evidence that I provided earlier, which was tendered as Exhibit 6.203. That was the outline of evidence provided to TAL on the 7th of August 2018.
Yes.
The document ID is RCD 0014 0052 0001.
Thank you.
Commissioner, if we could have a brief break before commencing, or you may prefer...
I think if we adjourn over until 2, is that going to leave enough time in the afternoon if we begin again at 2?
We would be grateful, Commissioner, if we could commence in an hour's time. It's a matter for you.
Yes. 1:45 it is.
Thank you, Commissioner.